Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi everybody, welcome to Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company today. It's the weekend. We made it. We're there. Hope you're well. It seems like a much nicer day today outside. Not quite so. I say much nicer day. It's still pretty cold out there, isn't it? But it's all relative. I hope you're well. I hope you're cozy. Are you in bed? Are you wrapped up warm? Are you on the sofa? How are you this morning? Do get in touch, won't you, and let us know. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and we've got a packed morning. We've got all sorts of lovely fabrics and projects to share with you. We've got a great trip over to Yarn Lane. I'll do the menu in a sec, but it's all very exciting. It's all very exciting. Now, we've got our early bird, but we've also got mine and producer Hannah's picks, because we also found a couple of things like, oh, that's lovely. I want to mention that very early on, actually. So that's what we're going to do. So let's start with our early bird. Okay, so let's start off. Here it is. It's Helen Newton's Enjoy the Ride cushion instructions. Now, Helen Newton is one of our favourite designers here at Sewing Street, and her style is so distinctive, isn't it? It's this wonderful a fusible applique that then has this sort of free motion outline stitching using black thread. This is a wonderful image here, the front of a bicycle with a basket full of flowers. Really reminds me of trips to Amsterdam. You always see like bicycles with like bunches of flowers ready for the weekend. Just beautiful. So in this early bird, you're getting the pattern, you're getting all your full instructions, plus your templates, full-size templates for cutting out. And I mean, there's loads of different elements there that are going to make up into that cushion. It's a great opportunity to use up some scraps and make something really lovely. Let's crash the price. $6.99. It's $6.99. What a great price. You're getting a Helen Newton set of instructions there for a great price of $6.99. Now, all sorts of things you could do with this pattern. You could use it as a cushion, of course. You could also use this in a quilt. That would look absolutely lovely. Do it as the centre of a quilt. You could also put that just in one corner of a quilt and then have different blocks that have different sort of floral motifs. Maybe use some of the flowers from the rest of the cushion, some of these tulips and these daffodils. Really lovely, really lovely. I think that's super. Love the colours that Helen's used as well. Love that sort of bright blue on the bicycle and just that lovely basket of fresh flowers. Super design. Sorry, we're just having a few technical issues here. I'm just going to be right with you. Okay, perfect, perfect. Love that. Message from Jennifer, who's in Greater London. Morning, Stuart. Cold and foggy in Fulham. Love the shirt, thank you. Giving John some serious competition. Well, we were comparing notes actually last night. We went out for a meal together with some other guys here and we were comparing notes on shirts. I think John definitely has the better wardrobe than me, but I'll try my best. Thank you. And yeah, there's a lot of fog about at the moment. A foggy day in London town. I can't sing anymore, otherwise we have to pay royalties. You have to pay me. Possibly not. But great one that. Love the Helen Newton pattern. We were having a look yesterday at some lovely cushions from her. That's a super design. Now, Hannah and I also made our own selections. We love the floral theme, and but we saw some other great opportunities. So I wanted to share this book with you. It's from Annie's Quilting. I love Annie's Quilting books, and I know you do too. This one's Pieced Flower Quilts. Now, what this has in it, I just think this is so perfect for spring. You've got 9 beautiful designs. How gorgeous is that? Lovely little table runner. There's 9 designs. Magnolia Lane, this one's called, although what I see very much are tulips. Now, our normal price is $8.99. It's a great book, this. Sunflowers. You've got these lovely frame flowers. That's a gorgeous design. There's some beautiful tulips. This would be perfect for spring as well. All sorts of lovely things. I think that one's my favourite. Love the bee blocks in that. Bit Tilda-ish maybe, would work really well. Spring tulips, there's all sorts. That's a super quilt. That would be so much fun to make up and have it as a height chart. Yeah, hang that on the wall. There's loads of great designs. Now, normal price is $8.99, but we're going to crash that price. There it goes. We're crashing that price to $6.99. Now that is a fantastic price, isn't it? You're getting 9 quilt patterns for $6.99. So what's it, about 80p per quilt design, 85 pence a quilt design. Absolutely fantastic. Very, very unusual, I think, to see Annie's Quilting books at a clearance price. They're already a fantastic price, but at $6.99, that is an absolute... Aren't they lovely? That's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Love that. Tulips and zinnias grow wild in this garden, buzzing with bees. Oh, Susan's messaged in to say, as yesterday, Susan, I think, it's freezing in Derbyshire. You poor shivery thing, you. Do you have a quilt? Is that a silly question? Wrap it round you. Stay warm, Susan. It's much too cold out there. Love this, the Dutch golden age of tulips. I mean, you could do the quilt, of course, as it is, but what a fabulous block to put on the front of a bag. One big block on the front. I mean, well, I say one big block. It's 8 inches square for the top, 8 inches square for the bottom. So actually 2 of those tulips side by side would make a 16-inch, which would be great for the front of a bag, or a cushion. I mean, they're staggered on this quilt, but I think that's very inspiring. I'd use that a lot. That's a really pretty quilt. Loads of good stuff here. This one, the magnolias, I think that's absolutely super. Oh, yes, let's think about when we can put washing on the line, eh? When it's sunny and warm and a little breezy, just gorgeous. This is a fun one too. This is called Matilda's Flower Room, and you've got the flower. I mean, that would look really nice done for the kitchen, I think. You've got your flower pot. I'd add maybe a few applique leaves or something like that. Some really nice ideas in this book. And at $6.99, it is really, really good value. Now, lots of you have got this in your in your shopping baskets. Well done you. I think you're bagging yourself a real bargain there. I'd grab it while you can though, because this will sell out today, won't it, at that price, £6.99. I mean, look at that. That's a great, what a lovely project to do over the spring or over these winter months now, ready for spring. You know, 1 week, do the bees, 1 week, do the flowers, another week, do the stems and leaves. You've got 4 different blocks there. You could even treat this as a block of the month and make these in January, February, March and April. And then by the end of, or beginning of spring, you've got that beautiful quilt, and it just kind of gets you through the winter months, doesn't it? Having a lovely bright project. Now, a lovely message from Julie. Oh, Julie, I feel it. Me Julie. Freezing fog here in South Yorkshire. Oh, me Julie, you poor thing. Oh, I have a lovely friend who we all call me Julie. It's lovely. Oh, yeah, it's the time of year, isn't it? Half the stock of that book now has gone. I think you've done really well to bag that, actually, because it's a beautiful book. There's so much in it. This sunflower block, I mean, sunflowers very much here, and the leaves really give that sunflower look. But you could so change the fabrics. What about using really bright, zingy batiks on a deep background? Yeah, that would look gorgeous. This is very sort of country colours, but you can mix things up. I think this block in itself is one that I would use time and time again in quilts. And I love the fact that you've got 2 different sizes of the same block. Smashing. The checkerboard border as well, you could take that all the way around the outside edge, add another border to make it larger, or just really inspiring, isn't it? Now, do tell me, what are you sewing today? I'd love to know, and I'd love to see some pics. Mary's got in touch from Bedfordshire. Morning, Mary. Just received National History panels and strips from the New Year's Eve show. Really beautiful. Making a cover to turn an old table into a sewing centre. Mary, I love that, the idea of that. It sounds great. Let's have a sewing table, a sewing centre with all your stuff. I mean, it's lovely, isn't it, to get organised. It's definitely my New Year resolution to have a nicer workspace, a more dedicated workspace. You might have seen some of my pictures on Instagram where I've redone my thread cabinet and got my new long arm and got everything sort of nicely set up, and I keep vacuuming as well. I'm at that stage where I'm still keeping everything really lovely, not just throwing thread and fabric everywhere. It's my usual way of working. Now, these books, we've got less than 20 left. So if you want to grab that book, I urge you to check out your basket sooner rather than later. I don't want you to miss out. It's a book, we're not going to have it in again, I shouldn't think. Now, third, our second unofficial early bird before the menu. We've been a bit naughty today, but it's the weekend and we're feeling a bit rebellious and we just wanted to brighten your day. Now, we all just fell in love. I really fell in love with this panel for all sorts of reasons. But just have a look. If you need a bit of spring and a bit of summer right now and a bit of cheering up, hello. What more can I say? It's a gorgeous panel. The price is £10.99 at the moment, just saying. There you go. It didn't take long, did it? £7.99 for that. Now, let's talk about what you could do. The panels at the ends, you've got 4 of these lovely panels. Now, I think these would be absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to fold this in slightly so we can kind of really concentrate on those squares. So those 4 squares, for a start off, that's more than £7.99's worth in itself, isn't it? I would put those 4 panels together. I really love this green, and I tried to preserve as much of that as I could when I put those together. Almost like create sashing. Okay, I'd put a little bit of a border around, maybe a little bit of piecing in the outside border, maybe some half square triangles in purples and pinks on one side, and then maybe yellows and oranges through into pink on this side. Okay, So that would be a wall hanging or a lap quilt. And then the centre of it, I actually think these would be really, really gorgeous. I mean, you could just use that as a quilt centre, but I think that would be really lovely to use those individual elements. I would back them with Bondaweb. I would cut them out, leave a little bit of the white. You don't have to cut them really precisely, leave a little bit of the white. And then plain white fabric background, and I would use these and I would create maybe either a wreath or a half wreath or something like that, or maybe a cross spray, and use those flowers on it, almost like sort of broderie purse applique. I think that would look really stunning. Could maybe keep these words to use in something as well. I think they're quite cute. Now this is absolutely flying. Stockwise, quarter of the stock's already jumped into baskets. It's lovely, isn't it? So bright and zingy. It would work really well, actually. I mean, the whole three of our official early bird and our two unofficial early birds all have that lovely theme, don't they? Of floral, bright, spring, zingy. Let's get some fresh colour. Let's have a bit of a cheer up, shall we? Let's just cheer up a bit and have some lovely colour in our lives. I know, you know, when I was a very little boy, I remember my mum walking me around the garden. My mum is a great gardener and she loves gardening and her flowers and being out in the you know, borders. And I remember her saying to me when I was very small, you know, flowers really just make my heart sing and they just lift my spirits. And when you see things growing and blossom on the trees and that kind of thing, it just makes you feel better, doesn't it? My mum sort of planted that seed in my head when I was very small, that flowers make you feel better, and they always have. I think they're gorgeous. Use this in so many ways. Technically, more of you have this in baskets than we actually have. So it's technically sold out, but you can still check out your basket. If you get there quicker than someone else, you'll get the panel. It's only £7.99. Amazing price. Oh my goodness, we've started well. Lovely. Now, at last, the menu for today. Okay, so first up, 8 a.m. It's a brand new fabric collection and some gorgeous, fresh, bright, current fabrics, which we're absolutely loving here at Sewing Street. At 9 a.m, we've got Cara Ackerman with the January Cat of the Month. Love Cara. She's made some great projects. It's the Persian. Beautiful. We need some sound effects. Oh, there we go. I can hear them. Be grateful at home that you can't. Then at 10 a.m, we've got sewing room tools and pre-cuts. Got some lovely pre-cuts in that hour, actually. Some gorgeous, I mean, some really, really good value fat quarter bundles. You might want to jump on the web and pre-order those. I'm giving you a little bit of a nod. Giving you a little bit of a nod. Then at 11 o'clock, oh so beautiful embroidery kits with Cara Ackerman. Gorgeous, these printed and then embroidered. We've got a special offer on those oh so beautiful embroidery kits, and here it is. If you buy two, and they could be the same design, they could be two different designs, put them in your basket and check them out at the same time, please, and then you'll automatically save 15% on those embroidery kits. Now that's £6.90 that you'll be saving. You must check them out in the same transaction, please. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to put a code in. There's no special discount code. Just check them out in the same transaction and you'll save £6.90 for buying two of the oh so beautiful embroidery kits. And then at 12 o'clock, we tootle on down to Yarn Lane, and we've got a lovely hour actually of Stylecraft You and Me knits, which is gorgeous. You might have noticed a few lovely knits behind me. They are gorgeous. The concept You and Me is knitwear for mothers and daughters. So same pattern, but a mother and a daughter version. Really lovely, and I love these self-striping and self-patterning yarns. They're so soft, literally you just knit it and you get these lovely bands of colour, these little, excuse me, little almost checkerboard bits as well. Simple knitting, but great results. Isn't that lovely and fresh? Get me to a beach now. Lovely. Now, thanks everyone for getting in touch. Judith, watching on her phone, and the test match on TV. Oh, I'm watching, this is from yesterday. I'm watching yesterday's. Oh, I'm going to leave that there. Come with me. Come with me. Oh, God. Do you know, I was reading that thinking, the test match again? What's that all about? I have said it before, haven't I? I'm absolutely useless with technology. I cannot be trusted. Now, I'm going to give you a little sneaky peek of the brand new fabric collection. It's super gorgeous. You'll love it. But then I also want to jump to something else. So bear with. Now, here is our new fabric collection. Now, what we've got here, it's really lovely, this. It's a farm and countryside inspired range. What we've got here is super cute. Let me turn that around. So we've got 3 different bundles here, and this has a bit of a sort of farm, outdoors, countryside theme to it. We've put 3 lovely collections together. You can mix and match, of course. Fabrics are available by the half metre. We've got chickens and ducks. We've got some lovely butterfly fabrics, always really popular. Butterflies in amongst wildflowers. I adore this one. How cute is that on the blue? Really want to make some lovely like kitcheny things and maybe a little bag out of that. We've got some lovely pastels with fresh strawberries, more of those farmyard birds. There's nothing foul about that fabric. That's why they pay me the big bucks. That is the most gorgeous colour, isn't it? That is a beautiful colour. This is going to fly, I'm absolutely certain. I love these peachy tones. Very pretty florals as well. Aren't these pretty? And then a lovely kind of buttery, soft pastels. Those are lovely, those butterflies. A little bit of floral mixed in, a little bit of fresh green. These are super. Again, that lovely spring, summer look. I'm ready for it. I don't know about you. I'm so ready, so ready. But I want to have a little look at these fabrics here too. Now, this is from a range called Dreamcatcher. It's been on once before, I think, with Rebecca. And you might have thought this had disappeared, but we've got a little left. So I want to share this with you. It's ever so lovely. You can see some really nice samples actually behind me made using the panel plus the yardage. Now, what you're getting in this bundle is you're getting 4.5 meters of fabric. So you're getting 9 half meters, okay, right here. And then you're also getting the Dreamcatcher panel. Now, let me just start by showing you that Dreamcatcher panel. There's some beautiful, beautiful images on here. Now, the only way you can get this bundle actually is in, the panel is in the bundle. So if you're loving this panel, the coordinates just go so well with it. Let me turn it around a little bit. So all based around these different gorgeous sort of organic dream catchers. So you've got the dream catchers with beads and feathers, and then these super gorgeous succulents and cacti kind of adorning them. Little bit of butterfly here and there too. Love that fresh blue in the background and those sort of aged gold tones. It's a really lovely panel, very inspiring. And I love what Rebecca's done with the panel actually. The quilt and the cushion. Now, Jane Allison designed this collection for Henry Glass. She does like watercolour paintings, that's her background, she's an artist. You can really tell, can't you, when you look at the fabrics. But, you know, before she started painting, she was a quilter. So it was inevitable, I think, that she would translate. You can really see it, can't you, with the panel. You know, there's detail in the background. You've got, I'm just going to step back a little bit so you can see. There's lots of lovely elements, like in the panel itself. You can see, can't you, in the background, there's like sort of floral elements. I just think that's lovely. And great opportunity for things like free motion quilting, outline quilting, maybe a bit of embellishment as well. The cushion's cute too, isn't it? Just using one of those panels in the centre, one of those images, and then some flying geese either side. Love that. It's a different sort of floral too, isn't it? It's another way of bringing the garden inside to your home, but not necessarily in a very overtly floral way. I guess in the same way that Kay Fassett uses like cabbages and other sort of non-floral images in fabrics which read as floral. You've got those gorgeous succulents that definitely have a floral look. It is your last chance to get the full collection. Remember, the only way you can get that gorgeous panel is in this collection. Now, also, this print that I've got under in my hand right here, this is the sort of main succulent print. It's fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. And what's great about that is, you know, it's all about the cacti and the succulents. There are flowers in there, of course. Cacti do flower, but I love like these rose pink succulents. Just such a clever idea. Now in this bundle you're getting 9.5 meters of this collection. Dreamcatcher. Those are the fabrics you're getting. Love the stripe. Love that little blue spotty as well. I mean, they would earn a place in my stash in a heartbeat, but I also really love those extra fabrics, the butterflies, the feathers, and those succulent prints. So just in case you thought that had disappeared forever, we do just have a few of those bundles left. 9.5 meters plus that gorgeous panel. Do check out your baskets, won't you? Now, also on that day, we had some complimentary solids which sold out. So we've redone it. Now, I think this is an absolutely beautiful, it's a lovely sort of subtle collection of colours. All our lovely Rose and Hubble solids. I actually think these would work super well with the new collection of farm and countryside inspired fabrics. I'll leave these out actually and show you them up against those new fabrics in a second because they go beautifully. Now these bundles, the ones we've got, are all we can make at the moment because Chartreuse has literally gone. It's all sold out. It's left the building. Absolutely beautiful, that selection, isn't it? It's a great word, isn't it? Chartreuse. Chartreuse. Remember my friend teaching her daughter when she was about 3, she had this gorgeous dress in that colour, and people would often say to Ruby, oh, what a lovely green dress. And she'd been taught to say, it's not green, it's Chartreuse. Which is lovely coming from a 3-year-old. So cute. She's always a little parrot. She'd just repeat everything, which is dangerous. Anyway, I think this is lovely, really lovely subtle colours. It goes beautifully. If I just bring the Dreamcatcher collection over for a second and just show you up against, it really does work ever so well. But also I think this selection of solids would work beautifully on its own in a quilt. But you could mix and match these really successfully. I think they look super together. A lovely pop of yellow. It all makes sense together, doesn't it? And those lovely soft pinks as well. That's a gorgeous stripe, isn't it? Ever so lovely. Last chance really to get that Dreamcatcher collection, complete with the panel and that succulent print, which now has sold out on its own. So really the only way to get it. Nice for bag making too. I could really imagine a bag certainly using that feather print. I think that would be absolutely lovely to make a bag with, and I perhaps would add a little bit of that. Yeah. Like that, yes, I'm very drawn to that stripe. I'm very drawn to stripes actually. They're such useful fabrics in quilting. But that lovely selection of solids there, price-wise, well, our solids are amazing value, £27.89. It's less than £4 for a half metre, and you're getting this really beautiful selection. It's nice and subtle, isn't it? But it's got a bit of a zing, that gorgeous gold. And I love this sort of quite deep green too, like a moss green, isn't it? Lots of you now checking out on half meters from our brand new collection. So let's have a proper look at it. It is absolutely gorgeous. Should we start here? Can we start with these? I think the pinky bundle is lovely. Love how the colours have been put together. These are pinks and reds. Just incidentally, there's no mega bundle for this. So if you like colours from, you know, different bundles, by all means put them together. But this is a really lovely selection. Yeah, I think that nutmeggy brown really works so beautifully. It's a little bit of a Tilda brown to it, that. It's that sort of nutmeg, cappuccino, really soft and subtle. I'll open some of these, or mocha. Yeah, it's a good word, isn't it? Mocha. Now, these fabrics are called Farm Meadow, and they're from Wyndham. Now, Wyndham Fabrics are a fantastic company. They do a lot of beautiful reproduction prints. All of their prints are beautiful quality. The print quality is fantastic. This would be great for dressmaking too, wouldn't it? For a little girl's summer dress, elasticated sleeves, you know, little puff sleeves. You can buy these by the half metre and they're cut for you. And let's not forget, first time we've ever seen these. Lovely to see something fresh, isn't it? The butterfly print, I think, is absolutely smashing. And butterfly prints are always so, so popular. It's got a great selection of these small blues, do they call them? British blue. I don't know my butterflies terribly well, I'm afraid. I can recognise a peacock and a red admiral and a cabbage white. But you don't see so many butterflies anymore, sadly. Oh, lovely message from Anne. Hi, Anne. Morning. Morning, Stuart. Love the fabrics this morning. Loving your quiet, calm aura. Oh, thank you. Just what I need on a Saturday morning, Anne. Oh, well, we were very loud last night when we went out for dinner. So this morning, calm aura this morning. Calm aura. These fabrics are very calming though, aren't they? You know, they've got that lovely sort of softness to them. I love this apricot-y background to this print. It's just like name that bird, isn't it? We've got light Sussex chickens. I have some of these. I recognise them, they're light Sussex. Very nice, very lovely. And that is a goose, and that is a duck, and that is a mallard. There. And some of them are flowers, yes. Our producer Hannah's just pointed out some of those are flowers. I had noticed. They won't lay any eggs. Oh, beautiful. That's really soft. I like that very much. And then really lovely. This is more into that sort of those orange tones. I think these would work really nicely too. If you love Tilda fabrics, if you love Liberty fabrics, these would work really well too. It's got that lovely all over floral, little butterflies. And there are so many lovely colours in these prints too. I'm just going to turn the fabric around so you can see on the band at the side. There's 13 different colours all printed in here. This is often a place I go to when I'm putting together a quilt design. I'll have a look here just to help me pick out some of the colours, maybe pick out some coordinates. And you can see there how, for example, you know, this lovely blue from the Solids collection, suddenly now those butterflies pop out. They do, don't they? Really lovely. So that blue is good. That works really well. Something like the golden yellow, again, works really well. And now makes more of these leaves sort of pop out. But then you can also just go something really subtle, and something like this kind of more oatmeal-y colour. I think that also looks lovely and just has a more subtle look to it. So it's all about how you mix and match your colours, isn't it? I think that's why having a good range of solids in your stash is so important. So even though we called that the Dreamcatcher Complementary, it does actually work really, really well with these brand new Meadow Farm fabrics. Last one. Now, I should tell you there are less than 20 of these bundles left now. It's a gorgeous little collection, isn't it? You're getting 5 half meters for £34.95. It's a great price. Great price. This is a gorgeous print. Absolutely love that. Love that gorgeous kind of really quite intense, deep orange background. But because there's a real sort of lot of flowers, I'm just going to turn it around. There's a lot of flowers on there. It kind of just softens and calms the whole thing down. And it just becomes a really lovely warm print. There is some lovely sagey greens in there. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of sage green just next to that, just so you can see it brings out those sage greens in the leaves. So if I was using this for dressmaking, I might use a little bit of that sagey green, just perhaps as bias binding around the collar or around maybe the hem would be really sweet. Make a lovely little camisole top with that floral. So many nice things you can do with these fabrics. I could quite happily just use quilt weight cotton for everything, forever. So versatile and easy to use as well. If you've never done dressmaking before and you wonder where to start, quilt weight cotton behaves beautifully, cuts easily, sews easily, presses well, doesn't tend to stretch, doesn't have that sort of stretch to get in the way. So that's our pink bundle. The blues are lovely too. Now, these of course would work. I'm just going to slide the two together because we don't have a mega bundle, but don't they look lovely together? Really lovely. And it's that combination of those oranges and blues together. They're so complementary. But then we've got that lovely warmth from the pinks and taupes as well, and those lovely buttery yellows. But let's have a closer look at those blues. Got to start with the fowl print, as I've renamed it. That, I think, must be my favourite print out of the whole collection. Shouldn't have favourites, but I love that federal blue, or cadet blue, federal blue. I just love it. Actually, Cara Ackerman, who's the guest today, is wearing a gorgeous outfit in like a federal cadet blue, and I just love it. I fell in love with it as soon as she walked through the door. Beautiful. But this, what I love about this blue background is it really makes the gorgeous warm colours of the flowers and the birds pop. Fabulous for a bit of a kitchen revamp, especially if your sort of heart's in the country. Make some lovely cushions, to brighten up the kitchen or dining room. Only got 18 of these bundles left, by the way, on the blue. That's proving ever so popular. Do remember to check out your basket. Just make sure it's yours. I've got to pass on the horror that I just heard in my ear from our director, Paul. Don't forget to check out your basket. Yeah, let's not egg him on, eh? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, goodness me. Moving on. Let's duck out of that one. I'm being fed these lines, by the way. I'm not actually that witty by any means. Now, this is absolutely beautiful. That background blue is stunning, isn't it? That is absolutely stunning. It's that turquoise, teal, and then with those beautiful golds and oranges in the leaves and butterflies. It's absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. But I want to show you as well, there's a little bit of really soft rose pink in there. And I'm going to grab the rose pink from the Solids collection, which has been put together, remember, to go with the Dreamcatcher. But doesn't that go well? And here, it's picking out that lovely rose pink in the butterfly wings and also in the daisies. So sometimes you have to look a bit deeper, don't you, into fabric, just to see a colour. My little trick, what I tend to do is, I've got my contact lenses in now, but if I haven't got my contact lenses in, I'll take my glasses off, and it just makes everything very blurry. It's always good in the morning. But I'll squint at fabric. And when you squint at fabric, there'll be a colour that pops out to you. And it could be different for different people. It doesn't matter. But if you squint at fabric, and when a colour pops out at you, that's your accent colour. And so when I squint at that fabric, that little bit of soft rose pink pops out at me. Once you put rose pink next to it, it really pops out at you. Right. More lovely blue fabrics. Now the butterflies on blue is just gorgeous. There's a bit of an emphasis on butterflies in this particular bundle. That is lovely. I can totally see that as a shirt. I can totally see that as a shirt. Oh, could I have a shirt in that? Oh, I would love that. It is available on its own. If you check out on the web, on pre-order, you could get that by the ½ metre if you wanted to. And yeah, I mean, I would absolutely... Could I? Yeah, could I? Oh yeah, lovely. Oh, Bernadette, if you're watching. My lovely friend Bernadette makes the most amazing shirts. Oh, love that. And I love that little pop of orange in there as well. Now, same print, but on this most beautiful buttery sunshine yellow is so sweet, isn't it? Now that, I want to make pillows for a bed. I love making pillows that go with quilts. And what I tend to do is I'll pick a main print and then I'll pick maybe something like a solid. Actually, I'm going to go with blue. I pick a solid and have like a little bit of a trim down one side of the pillow, okay? And then I'll have a third print, which I'll have on the end. Saying a third print, I'm just thinking, what am I going to do there? Could be more of the butterfly, but yeah, might do butterfly. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Let me grab it and we'll see. We'll try it. This is where having... Oh yeah, I'm liking that. Yeah. So I'll do something like that. There. Yeah, see, I'm terrible. I do this in shops. A bit of a nightmare, really. I walk around, when I go into a shop, I walk around with bolts of fabric in my arms and then start laying them out on tables. But yeah, that's what I would do there. So I'd have main print, little bit, maybe like an inch folded strip, and I'd do that as a folded strip in the seam, and then add that on, and then have my pillow tuck on that side, and just those either side of a bed, and then have a lovely little quilt or maybe a bed runner, something like that. It just adds such a lovely fresh look to a bedroom or sitting room, conservatory, something like that. That also works really well for cushions as well. I'm very into that sort of, you know, where what you might see on the back of a cushion, so that kind of two different rectangles put together or something like that. Really like that on the front of a cushion. If you want a bit more of a sort of modern look, it's the way to go. Also, if you are using that to make pillowcases for on a bed, layer them with batting and something like Osnaburg on the back. Quilt the front and then make it up into a pillow, and you'll just feel like you're lying on 5-star luxury. It just, I mean, it's beautiful cotton fabric anyway, but layering it and quilting it just adds the most sumptuous extra to a cushion or a pillow. It's what we need, isn't it? But a 5-star luxury. Beautiful. Love that blue collection. And again, I don't know how Hannah did it, but she's put together solids that work across the board. That's real talent, isn't it, Matt? It's real talent. We've got one more fabric, sorry, in that blue collection. Is this one right here, which we have seen before, but there's 5 fabrics, yep. And it's this lovely, those beautiful domestic fowl, the chickens, the geese, the ducks, and the flowers, of course. Very pretty. Okay, then last of all, greens, creams, again, really pretty. Show you these just slightly quicker. Cool pastel. There's some pastels in there, but it's just really light tones, aren't they? Definitely, I would think of these in your quilting. Think of these as alternative neutrals or lights in your work. So, for example, if you were doing something like a log cabin, okay, and you wanted a lovely kind of countryside, farmy or whatever, just lovely floral, think of these for your light bars. Yeah. So if you think of these, and what I'm just trying to show you here is if you'd use, say, like, you know, 1 inch logs or 1.5 inch logs, how actually all of these now are going to read, even this green, are going to read as lights within your quilt block. And especially then if you think in terms of the contrast of putting the darks. This isn't in the bundle, I'm just picking some other fabrics now, but then how you see how these would work as those darks contrasting against. That could make a really lovely quilt, couldn't it? Really super. So, you know, that neutral side of a log cabin or in our quilt blocks doesn't always have to be sort of white on white or a cream or a tan or something like that. Sometimes it's really lovely just to use these sort of lighter, softer tones, especially when they have a really good all-over print. Gorgeous, aren't they? Now then, I'll pop that to one side. We've got 3 extra fabrics that are from the collection. They didn't make it into a bundle for no other reason other than they didn't. They are all gorgeous. Can we start with this one? This is NF64. I think this is a beautiful print. This would work with the blues. This would work also really nicely with all the pink and peach, just for that darker tone if you wanted like sashing or binding or something like that. But it's got quite a Liberty feel. It's that lovely tiny floral. Absolutely gorgeous. £6.99 for a half metre. You could add that, couldn't you, to your pink and red fabric bundle. Takes that bundle in a slightly different direction. Gives it that sort of immediate frame fabric. You know what I mean? Where you want to have that contrast. Also absolutely lovely for dressmaking. I think that would be such a pretty print. Nice for lining as well. If you're making a bag, maybe of something like, you know, that kind of deep pink needle cord or a teal needle cord, and then use this to line it, or a contrast pocket. Be lovely. Now, same print, but a softer, lighter green with some lilacs in. This is really pretty. It is indeed 82. 17 different colours. I mean, that's attention to detail in a fabric. That's really pretty, isn't it? No, I think often when you see a small picture of a fabric, you don't really get a proper sense of it, do you? You need to see a large piece of fabric. It's why when I'm shopping for fabric, I never just kind of look at the end of a bolt. Because if you look at the end of a bolt on a shelf, you see that. Which isn't bad. I mean, you get a sense of it, and certainly with a small print like that, it's okay. But it's always worth grabbing fabric out and properly opening it up, so you get much more of a sense. That's what I'm here for. Fabric opener. I'm putting that on my CV. But again, really lovely for dressmaking. A great sort of mid-toned, small scale print that you can put into your patchwork as well. They're nuts and bolts in quilt making. We have a pink one too. Is that's in a bundle? That's this one, isn't it? Okay, and then the last one that didn't make it into a bundle, but again, gorgeous. This is this strawberry print. It's called Strawberry Slate Green. Slate green, yeah. Kind of deep moss. My eyes went funny then. It's really pretty though, isn't it? Really pretty. I love the contrast of the red strawberries and the strawberry flowers against that deep moss green background. Yeah, that's the thing, you see. Opposite sides of the colour wheel. Red opposite green. Ever so pretty. I want jam pot covers made out of this. You know, with the sort of pinking sheared edge and then tied with ribbon. What about bowl covers? Now, maybe you got, yesterday, you bought our early bird, which was the Simplicity sewing pattern set, and you got 6 lovely patterns, and one of them was bowl covers. Also, in Debbie Shaw's, I think it's Half Yard Eco. Is it the Eco Home? You've got bowl covers. I mean, essentially, large circle, narrow elastic around a hemmed edge, and then over the top of bowls to keep, you know, things off, dust-free, insects. Oh yes, covering dough when it rises. Great idea. But a set of those would be lovely in this fabric, wouldn't they? Sort of large, medium and small. Banish cling film. Super. Love that. Now, let's have a little look at some of these fabrics individually. Yeah. I'm going to grab the butterfly prints because I love butterfly fabrics, and these are corkers. They're such lovely colours. These would make their own little mini bundle, wouldn't they, if you wanted to put these together. Just having a little look if there's anything else. No, that's everything. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm 100% sure there's one more, and there it is. There we go. Right, let's grab these out. Now these are all £6.99 by the half metre. The navy blue fabric is the most popular on pre-order, this one right here. Remember, if you're dressmaking, you can buy by the half metre. We'll cut the fabric to order, so it comes in half metre increments. And so if you want 5, 2.5 metres, then buy 5 units. So there we go. There are our different options. You've got your blue up there at the top, the white, the yellow, and the taupe. So details on screen for the navy, and that's that lovely kind of federal blue, cadet blue. It's navy, but sort of a nice muted navy. Gorgeous detail, soft rose pink, a little bit of turquoise, that burnt orange as well, a little bit of brown as well. That would be absolutely gorgeous to make a bag out of, wouldn't it? Something like a messenger bag. Be lovely. Now next up, the white background. That lovely white background. So this, same print, but it really kind of freshens it up, doesn't it? Much more of the kind of soft pink tones. Lampshade cover would look gorgeous. A lampshade cover would be lovely. Be really pretty for a bedroom as well, wouldn't it? For quilt making, cushions. Maybe something like a dust ruffle for around the bottom of the bed. I love a dust ruffle. I love a dust ruffle. You know, so dust ruffle for the uninitiated, to stop all that sort of dust getting under the bed or the dust getting out. You know, it just kind of protects the edge, and it also just looks really lovely, doesn't it, on a bed? It looks finished. Mostly they're either gathered, so long strip of fabric, hemmed along the bottom, gathered along the top. Do a couple of rows of stitching on your sewing machine on the longest length, and then pull the bobbin threads to gather the fabric up to fit all the way around. And generally what I do is I'll buy a bedsheet base, and then, or a fitted sheet, and then I'll add a ruffle to it around the bottom. It's the easiest way to do it, really. Or you can do ones with like box pleats. They look really nice. Just box pleats at the corners, maybe in the middle. Nice message from Julie in West Lothian. Morning, Stuart. Loving how you're laying out those fabrics. So helpful. Thank you. Well, like I say, when I go fabric shopping, this is what I do. I lay fabrics together. I play with them. I see what kind of, excites me and makes me think, that's the one. I like that, so hopefully I can do that for you. If you ever want me to sort of put different combinations together, by the way, just message in. I'll do my best. And the hands, and the magic hands that move the fabric. But yeah, that light background, that white background, so pretty, lovely and fresh. Now, this one right here. Oh, the yellowy one, yeah. Now this is lovely and warm, buttery. It's called wheat. Yeah, I can see that. But it's a gorgeous kind of soft golden glow in the background. Really makes the blues pop, doesn't it? Again, I think just adding in that little touch of federal blue there just really brings everything together. If you like contrast. And then last of all in that little butterfly collection, what? This one's been called Mauve. Mauve. Yeah, we're all debating that. Colour's a funny thing, isn't it? Colour's a really funny thing, isn't it? We all see and experience it differently. It's, but it is lovely. I would call that mocha, a mocha background. but it is beautiful. That would be really lovely to make, like maybe it's like some toiletry bags, wouldn't it? And quilt it. Absolutely lovely. Loving those butterfly prints. It's a brand new collection, by the way. Today is its TV launch for these gorgeous fabrics. We've never ever seen them before. And you're loving them. So lovely. So, so lovely. Now then, where should we go next? The fowl. Barn fowl. Yes, barn fowl. Right, let me grab those fabrics now. So we've got different fabrics with birds on. You're all going with my favourite. I like that. Thank you. This is a gorgeous fabric. It's beautiful. Really love it. Really love it. Caroline's messaged in. The Farm Meadow collection would make lovely beeswax wraps from Lisa. Oh, yes. Yes. Now, I remember my very first fabric collection, Sewing Bumblebee, there was a lady who makes beeswax wraps, and I never really looked into the process, and I could kick myself now. But yeah, I'm hoping that our producer Hannah will just very quickly look for me, if you wouldn't mind, my darling. Those are gorgeous colours, aren't they? I think the idea is like getting rid of things like tinfoil and cling film for wrapping food, and you add beeswax to fabric so that you make food wraps with it. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. They're quite costly to buy them. But that would be ideal. This would be ideal, I think, for those kitchen-y things. It just screams sort of kitchen accessories to me. And lovely quilted placemats. I'm thinking long kind of like squovals and then cross-hatch quilted. Okay, goodhousekeeping.com. Have details. Let's have a quick look. Lots and lots of different sources for how to do these. How to make beeswax, cut the fabric, preheat the oven. Okay. Keep scrolling. I want to read all of this now. Place on a baking tray, baking parchment. Yeah. Sprinkle the pellets of beeswax. Make sure they're evenly. You could grate a block of beeswax, presumably, and then bake it so that it impregnates the fabric. Oh, great. Yeah, and things like, and then that fabric actually could be made into things like sandwich wraps, couldn't it? So like a simple, almost like a making an envelope, but stitching it together with a little fold over top. So you can put your sandwiches in, take them to work, elasticated bowl covers, things like that. Yeah, this would be absolutely super for that. Love that idea. Love that idea. So that blue farmyard felt, very, very popular, that one. There are a couple of other colourways. We've got the buttercream in front of me, which is a beautiful soft colour. I want to add ruffles. I don't often add ruffles to things, but I want to add ruffles to whatever I make with this. Tea cosy would be lovely. Or an egg basket. Oh, that's cute. So Hannah, our producer, is suggesting a little tote bag for a toddler. It's quite specific. But yeah, small children do love a pocket or a bag, don't they, to put things in, to collect things. Go on nature walks. It is lovely. I just love that lovely combination of domestic fowl and flowers. Perfect. Perfect. Then there is a gorgeous version of that on like a sort of soft apricot. There's just 3 of these, am I right? 3 of these fabrics. So there we go. That's the one on, now this is on a peach background. Message today. Morning, Stuart. Love the pillowcase idea. You could add a lovely panel to a bought plain pillowcase and then make bed cushions to match Collector in Merseyside. That's a great idea. Yeah, and I often forget to think of that, but using ready-made cushion covers, pillowcases, and adding some embellishments, adding a strip of fabric to one end, or binding an edge. Brilliant idea. Thanks for that. Keep them coming. Gillian, morning. Debbie Shaw's eco book has beeswax wraps. Gillian in Coventry. Perfect. Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Gillian, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. These fabrics would be great for that. Little lunch bags, eco shopping bags, yeah, rather than taking plastic bags or, even the use again plastic bags. They're still plastic, aren't they? Make your own little foldable shopping bag. There is a pattern in my book Bags for Life for a fold up cotton shopping bag which rolls right up into a little smaller than that actually, that will go in your pocket. Just send everything back like that, rolled up. So those are our foul fabrics. Nothing foul about those. These ones. Let me grab these ones too, the sort of leafy prints. These are lovely. And again, there are 3 of these to choose from. The green one, is that this main or the light green? Yeah, this lightest green, there are only 3 meters left, yeah. 3 meters left of that one. It is lovely, isn't it? And again, this would be lovely for recovering a stool or a chair. I think that would be lovely, a loose cover. Yesterday we were talking about piping and piping cord and, like a chair cover, just with some lovely piping in maybe like a soft green. Thinking maybe this colour, soft green, just a very fine piping cord around it. Very, very little of that one left, I'm afraid. Now, we've called this robin's egg. I get that. It's that kind of teal, turquoise. My favourite colourway on this print, actually. I think that's gorgeous. I'd make a scarf out of that, an infinity scarf out of that would be really beautiful. And again, I think I'd have to put a ruffle even on that. It's a tutorial actually on my YouTube, Stuart Hillard Makes, to make an infinity scarf. It's about a 15-minute make. It's really quick and easy. But you could add a ruffle down the long seam, just down one seam, a lovely kind of doubled up piece of fabric gathered, inserted into the seam, just to add a bit of extra prettiness to it. Last colourway is the peach. Terra, like terracotta. Terracotta. Means fired earth, doesn't it, terracotta? Fired earth. I know that because of panna cotta. Beautiful colours, love that, really soft, warm, pretty, great for spring these, really great for spring, just freshen up. The blue butterflies on this are so cute, aren't they? And they work so well, blue and orange, opposite sides of the colour wheel, they just look lovely. So again, bringing in a little bit of blue, either that federal blue, or even this more sky blue is going to work. One of the best things, we haven't got it on the show, but one of the best things any of us can have in our toolbox is a colour wheel. We do sell them, but a colour wheel, so useful just for helping you put together colours, or sometimes just think outside the box. Love those. Such a pretty fabric collection, and brand new today. We're going to go to break now, and then when we come back, we've got the gorgeous Cara Ackerman. I'll see you in just a couple of minutes with Cat of the Month and Cara Ackerman.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Sewing Street. Welcome to Saturday's Sewing Street. It's the weekend. If you've just joined us, it's wonderful to have your company. And if you've been with me since 8, well done. Let's keep going. We've got Cara Ackerman this hour with the wonderful Cat of the Month block and a gorgeous make to go with it too. I also want to just say there's that gorgeous Persian cat. Purr, purr, lovely. I want to come back as a Persian cat, just sitting there on a cushion being petted. Just wanted to acknowledge all the lovely messages that have been sent in. I'd got it on yesterday. I was watching myself back from yesterday, wondering why all the messages seem so familiar. Good morning to Catherine. Love the shirt, Stuart. Thank you. Philippa, morning, Stuart. What a lovely shirt you have on. Love, Philippa. Thank you. I'm trying to give John a little run for his money. Catherine, love the shirt. Patricia, good morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Mwah, thank you, darling. Anne, morning, Stuart and crew. How was the curry night? Let's hear all the gossip. Oh, what happens on curry night stays on curry night. I couldn't possibly say. But we did have a lovely time and the food was gorge. Hilary, morning, Stuart. Love your shirt this morning. Thank you. Should start selling this fabric. Vic, off to the Newark Quilt Show today. Fantastic. What a great thing to do with your day. Lynn, good morning, Stuart and the rest of the gang. Real pea super fog here this morning. No sewing for me today. I need to rake out the mess that's called my sewing room. Wish me luck. Charlie, my husband, calls it mucking out. That's his farming background. Sue, morning, all up early this morning to order my new sewing machine, the Elna 580 Plus. Get in there. It's a gorgeous machine. Been saving up for 4 years to buy it and finally got it. Can't wait. Thanks for all you do. Stuart, you're brilliant. Love you all. Ah, that's so kind. Thank you. And enjoy your new machine. Linda, good morning, Stuart, from a frosty maiden Newton. I know it's too cold out there. Lynn, morning, Stuart. No sewing for me. I'm babysitting the grandchildren today. Let's get those grandchildren involved in sewing. Let's get them watching the Sewing Street. Now, thank you so much for your messages. Keep messaging in, won't you? We love to hear from you. Tell us what you're up to today. What are you making? Today is all about the brand new Cat of the Month. And our brand new Cat of the Month this month is the Persian cat. I'm going to grab the panel and show you. Now, we've got bundles to make the bag, to make a cushion, and we've also got the panel on its own. If any of you have got Bird in the Month instructions, you can absolutely use those. They work across the board. So let's start off with the first cat. I keep picking up the wrong one. It's right over there. There we go. There we go. No, I did exactly the same thing. This is lovely. It's very pretty, cute, fluffy. It's the Persian Cat of the Month. Now, I'm going to whiz this around and then we'll have a proper look. So the Cat of the Month for January is the Persian cat, which is distinctive, isn't it, for having a really thick, long coat and quite a flat face and a flat nose, round face, short chin, short muzzle, big eyes. Long hair, of course. Temperament-wise, I'm not sure what Persians are like. Sweet and quiet. Sweet and quiet. If you've got a Persian that completely goes against that, do get in touch. I love the rebels. I love the rebels. If you've got a Persian that is not sweet, I love the look of them. I think they're beautiful. They are beautiful. They need daily grooming though, don't they? They need a daily comb through. Yeah, according to the website we're currently looking at, they also command a sense of royalty. I get that. Yeah. I remember reading a quote once that said, cats were once worshipped as gods in Egypt. They have never forgotten this. Which I think is absolutely true, isn't it? Every cat's got an air of get down on your knees and worship me, human. But it's gorgeous. I love that soft pink background. Really lovely, really lovely. And I would absolutely be inclined to add a little bit of bling to this one. Some hot fix crystals in rose pink. Would be lovely.
Sequins.
Some sequins,
Seed-
Cara.
seed beads.
Cara's in the house, everyone. Whoop, whoop.
Seed beads.
Yeah, beautiful. You could really go to town, couldn't you? I'm thinking little tiara picked out in beads, or, I mean, that head is just crying out for a tiara, I think, or a little collar, little heart-shaped bead added here. Yeah. Stake the claim in a chair. This is my chair. The cat does that for themselves, don't they? And then let's not forget on these panels, 10.5-inch square, your image. So, and plenty of background space so that if you want to maybe use this for a flap on a tote bag, as we have done, you know, cutting out the corners isn't going to lose any of the image. But also then, you've got the little nameplates underneath, which I love. I think they're great, real bit of fun. And then you also get your coordinating strips. Fun fact, actually, Queen Victoria, they were her favourite cat, the Persian, and also Florence Nightingale. Who knew? Queen Victoria also had Cochin chickens, which go up to your knee, and they have feathered trousers, running around Buckingham Palace, apparently. She loved Cochin chickens. I used to have a partridge Cochin chicken, which was amazing, spectacular. But
the
literally
colours
came
were
up
gorgeous.
to my knee.
Yeah.
Yeah, but huge.
Yeah.
Like a dog. Like a dog. So you get these coordinating strips. Now the coordinating strips are 2.5 inches wide, 43 inches long. So absolutely as long, if not longer, than you would get in a jelly roll. Get 5 of those, and they're all in coordinating colours, and I love how they sort of shade from darks through to lights. Use them as strips cut them out in sections so that kind of piecing is already done for you. Rejoin them into 4 patches or something. You can cut half square triangles out of them by cutting on point like this. I would spray starch your fabric before you do that because your edges will be biased, but it's a quick cheat to get some half square triangles out of these strips, or just use them as you will. They look great. They work perfectly with that main image of the gorgeous Persian cat. Cara, have you named the image? Have you named the
I
Persian cat?
haven't. It'd be nice to have a name, wouldn't it?
I'd have to name each one.
Don't know. Purdy. Purdy the
like
Persian.
that.
Yeah.
Was that Joanna Lumley?
Yes.
She played Purdy.
Yes.
The Purdy cut.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody wanted the Purdy cut, didn't they? My sister wanted a tulip cut. She did it to herself when she was 3. Just took a pair of scissors to her fringe.
Oh.
Zigzags. Hello.
It grows back.
It grows back. It grows back. Mine didn't. Mine didn't, Cara. Sore point. But what a gorgeous panel. Now, if you're making or planning to make our Cat of the Month whole quilt, we're getting there. We're getting there. Collecting, setting to one side, ready for putting together. However, if you plan to make that quilt, but then you also want to be able to make a coordinating project each month, definitely make sure you get 2 of these panels so you can make maybe one into a bag or cushion, and then maybe make the other one into the quilt at the end of the year. Loads of lovely options. The panel itself is $9.99 for the panel on its own. Now that's a cute project, huh? Really lovely. Little bag, little shoulder bag. Yeah. That's how... Hang on, wait a minute. Where my dream is. I love that. That was great. Gorgeous. Yeah, using my face on your bag is optional, obviously. You can just use the panel as it is. Now, we've also got an option to buy a little bundle where you get the panel, the Persian cat panel, but you also get the pattern from Amber Makes for the messenger bag. Now, these patterns were originally designed with Bird of the Month in mind, so you might already have this pattern. Great. If you don't be sort of put off by the fact that it's got a pigeon on it. It's not a cat, no. It's not, yeah. Coo, coo, coo. Oh, I do animal noises, Cara. I do the lot.
Okay.
Very versatile.
Chicken?
Very. My turkey.
Sheep? Pig?
Pig? Oh, I can't do that.
Cow?
Gorgeous. Cow. Moo. Moo.
They did tune in for a sewing program.
I know. But, you know, I like to ring the changes. Now, the pattern for the messenger bag is not available on its own. Not available on its own. So, great combo here. What you've got is your pattern for your messenger bag. It's a good size. It's a good kind of day bag size. And you're going to use the strips from the panel for the sides, the base and the back. Cara's modelling beautifully. There it is. Do that again. Thank you. Wow. Look at what you could have won. Do you also get the shoulder strap out of that, Cara?
Yes, you do. You get
Fantastic.
everything, absolutely everything. The only thing you don't get is the lining.
Right.
And for this one, we've just gone for a white lining.
But actually, you could use the strips to line that. There'd
You-
be enough, wouldn't there?
No,
Isn't there?
no, because you've got the panel at the top.
Yeah.
You've got the flap, obviously, which is
Yeah.
the main panel. Then you've got the fabric at the back.
Yeah.
Fabric at the front,
Yeah.
and then there's an internal, a tiny little internal.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
Do you
you
use the
do
strips
need.
for that?
Yes, yes.
Still get a lot of good value out of your strips,
Yes,
though, don't you? Out
yes,
of
you
your
do-
panel,
you get
$9.99.
A little bit left, but not
Yeah.
much.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And that's got a little magnetic fastening.
This one's actually got a popper.
A popper,
Yeah,
yep,
or
like a
you can have
popper.
a magnetic one.
Great. Perfect. It's a great little bag. Super way of using your panel. But I love the Cat of the Month quilt so much. That's a must. But I think then to have an extra little project alongside it. So 2 panels. Definitely. $9.99 a panel. It's a great price, isn't it? And you get all that coordinating fabric too. You don't need all of that coordinating fabric, of course, for your quilt. Now today you're going to be making a cushion for us, aren't you?
The patchwork star cushion. I have
Patchwork star.
done this one before. It's just behind you with the black cat. But
Cool.
it's just such a lovely cushion to make, and slightly different technique with the half square triangles.
love that.
So I thought it would be quite good. We have done the messenger bag before. That's the Mancoon, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, so we did the Mancoon one as well. So thought I'd sort of do some of the patchwork star and try and get as far as I can with
Yeah,
it.
perfect.
Yeah.
Look forward to that.
Yeah.
If you're looking on the website, by the way, and a little confused, the photograph for the cushion actually is a picture of the bag. Just go by the description. The description's right. So what you get are the Patchwork Star cushion instructions. So this is our other bundle that we've got available. You get your Patchwork Star cushion, you'll feature the Persian cat in the centre, piecing around the outside those half square triangles. Cara's going to show us a great technique for making those. Full instructions in there. And then you're also getting, of course, your Persian cat bundle, panel rather, to go with. That's $18.99. Great price. So choices are bag, pattern, panel, patchwork star cushion plus panel, or panel on its own. Super popular, that new panel. It is so gorgeous, isn't it? Now, before we go over to Cara, I just want to show you one more panel. This is so gorgeous. You might have noticed the lovely patchwork cushion behind me in the centre there. Just love it. I love all of the Cat of the Month panels. I think they're great, and I love the modern colours. But this panel, I think, out of all of them, is my favourite because it brings everything together. You get 5-inch squares of coordinating colours, and then you get 2 images of each cat. So you get 24 cat images. And what you get is you get 2 versions of each, a left facing and a right facing. Look at those. Now I think these would be absolutely perfect. You could just cut out 9, you know, just a patch of 9, maybe a little border, maybe not, quilt it, cushion. Be lovely. You could make individual coasters, and because you've got enough background, if you wanted to round that, cut it into a circle, you're not going to lose the image. And then what you've got over the other side, I'll just show you. You've got the mirror image. So for example, do you see here and here? So they would be really fun to combine, actually, and have 2 of them together. You could make mug cozies where you had a cat either side of the handle, maybe, something like that. Simple, use a bobble, you know, a hair bobble in the seam allowance to create an elasticated loop, and then sew a button on. Quick and easy. Quick and easy. I use those hair bobbles all the time, obviously, but for things like book covers where you want that little catch, because they come in so many lovely fun colours. You can't generally buy elastic in fun colours.
No, not at all, and they're already done, so it's just sewing it in the seam, isn't it?
Yeah,
so.
really is. I might write a book one day, Cara. Fun things to do with hair bobbles. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. My mum says that sometimes. It's never a good sign. It's never a good sign when my mum goes, not really understanding that. But that is such a gorgeous panel. The cushion that's behind me was made completely using those. I'm going to grab it down, actually, because I think it's really lovely. Really lovely. Just 4 images. And this has been patched together, so cut out the image, and you're not going to lose any of the image when you include your seam allowance, and then some sashings and some cornerstones, and then just really simply sewn together. I think that's a beautiful way of using the images. And of course you've got 24 cat images, and then you've got 16. That's correct,
yes,
isn't it?
yes,
16
yes.
coordinating coloured squares that will go with. Lovely palette. I also think, I'm thinking ahead now to putting together the Cat of the Month quilt. These small, I mean, we show one way of putting it together, but these would actually create some lovely options.
It certainly would. The only thing is, obviously, they're from, the 5-inch squares, so you're only going to get sort of 5 inches, but then you can join them and everything. So, like
I'm
we
just
have done
thinking
there.
that you could use some of the coordinates for cornerstones when you put the quilt together,
Yes.
or a bit more patchwork. I would put things like patchwork stars
Yes.
into the sashings, you see, but a bit larger,
Yes.
which would be really lovely. Simple enough to do with the cat as the centre of the star, and then use the coordinates to create some little, stitch and flip units to create stars around. So many things you can do with panels like this, and for $14.99 there are so many options, aren't there?
There are.
For a
I
great
loved
price.
doing that one, and when I was working that one, I was thinking about lots of other projects, and you've got lots of squares left over that you can use.
It's really versatile, and the colour palette is just gorgeous, isn't it?
It's perfect.
Absolutely lovely. So much good stuff in there. Oh, what have you got planned at home? What are you thinking? Lots and lots of you buying that panel. Well done you if you have. Don't forget to check out your baskets though. Now I keep saying that, but don't want you to miss out. Now, main graphic on the screen now is for our brand new panel. It's the Persian.
Whoop.
It's the Persian. I love chinchillas.
Oh, right.
They look a lot like a Persian.
Oh,
But they're
okay.
white and they have almost like turquoise eyes. They're so pretty. And they look like they've got black eyeliner.
Oh, okay.
Little brick red nose. They're so cute. But they are beautiful. The Persian doesn't require grooming. This one anyway. No grooming required. Well behaved, quiet, gentle. I could practically be describing every member of staff in this place. Peaceful, quiet, sit still. Lovely. But definitely I want to embellish that. Hot fixed crystals, sequins, beads, like I say, a little tiara, maybe a collar with a little heart-shaped jewel type bead. Faceted bead would be lovely, hanging off there. You could also, of course, Bondaweb on the back, cut out the cat and then create a background, maybe using your strips, but then you could applique kind of what looks like a big sumptuous cushion, then applique the cat back on top, and I would maybe then add a few little like handmade tassels to the edges of the cushion, just for 3 dimensions. Be lovely. So much fun you can do with a panel. I think they're a brilliant starting point, because even if you just make them as they are, they look great. But if you add some quilting, some stitch detail, why not get in there with your embroidery threads and add some extra sort of lines into the chest and the collar, the ruff around the collar as well, just to show the fur, the texture, things like that would also be really fun. Let's go over to Cara, because Cara, you have been busy with this panel.
I just love making different things from these panels, and the Amber Make instructions are brilliant. If it's something that you've not done before, then you know these are really good guide. And I wanted to go through the patchwork star cushion because I love the half square triangles. I was sort of one of these people that hadn't done half square triangles before, and once I found out how to do it this way, I'm not frightened of them, which you know is good.
It's a different technique, isn't it?
It is
really
completely
cool.
different.
Just to backtrack slightly, you made the messenger bag as well,
Yes.
using the panel. How did you get on with the pattern? Any top tips? Anything you want to share about that?
No, as I say, follow it, you know, step by step. It's got everything in there that you would need. I will give you a little pointer on the patchwork star cushion on the instructions there. But no, this one was very, very straightforward, and just work through logically, you know, just
What
take
did you
a
put
step.
inside the bag?
I've actually used wadding, and I used the 4-ounce wadding. I've used the 2-ounce wadding, I think, on the other one, and I thought I want to actually, because this to me is a little girl's bag.
Yeah,
You
really
know, that she'll
cute.
put all her little things in there and everything. So I wanted to sort of just see that it was a little bit firmer.
Yeah.
So that was lovely. And I was very tempted when I got to this part that I wanted to do some free motion, but I ran out of time. So
next time.
I know.
But again, little girl's bag, I love that idea.
Yes, you know, just to pop, you know, little girls love carrying things around, and she'd be able to put all her little secret things in there and, you know, take it with her. You can make the strap as long as you like, or as short as you like. So if you wanted just a small handle like that, you can do. We've used the D-rings at either side as well. And you can either have a popper or the magnetic clasp there.
Yeah,
so, no, this one was lovely to do. They're all lovely to do.
They're a nice quick make, aren't they?
They are.
You can get a bundle with the brand new Persian cat panel, plus the Amber Makes instructions if you'd like. Details for that are on the screen. And you also get a ½ metre of fabric that goes with.
That's for the lining.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
I
So
didn't
it's
even
all-
realise that.
It's all included.
So you get an extra ½ metre. Is that white?
I used white on
You
mine.
used white.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's even better value.
Yeah, so you've
That's
got
even better value.
everything.
So you're getting that ½ metre for free, really, aren't you? Because the instructions are £9.99, the panel is £9.99. You're paying £19.99, but you get the ½ metre of solid fabric as well.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, really good value.
Wonderful. Yes, it is white. Perfect. No problem. But that's the bag. That's one option. But
Yes.
you're making the star cushion.
So the patchwork star cushion. So the only little bit that I want to sort of mention, and we've mentioned this before when we did the other cat, was that it's 12 triangles that you need, not 16. It does actually, it is printed as 16, but
Got
please
you.
remember it is just 12, and then it's 6 triangles either side. So when you come to that part, the first time I did it, I thought I'd done something wrong. and I was really sort of like, not panicking, but just thinking, am I going to be able to make this? Then I looked at the cover and I realised that it was only 6 of the half square triangles.
Had you got enough fabric to make the 16?
No, that was why I was not
Got
panicking,
you.
but I was
Okay.
a bit sort of concerned.
Whew.
Yes, I just sort of breathed and I was okay. So, very good instructions.
Oh, I have moments like that though, Cara.
Well, you doubt, you start doubting what you've done and
do.
are you doing it right? So please don't doubt. It is just the 12 and the 6 either side. So the first thing you'll do is trim your panel down, and then you'll do a short length at the bottom and the top. It's up to you what colours you want to do, but in the instructions, Amber Makes does say label the actual strips A, B, C, D, E.
Okay.
And I do that on the back of these strips with a friction pen, just so I remember. But it's entirely up to you which way you do it. But you'll have a short one at the bottom, short one at the top, and then slightly longer either side. So that's all, framing the main design.
And you use 4 different colours, 4 different...
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and I went from the light, the second one, third, and then fourth. Because the actual darker one I've used elsewhere, and it really goes together well like that. Also, you'll get 2 labels saying Persian on it. I've bonderwebbed.
I know what you mean.
Bondwebbed the back of the label and then attached it to the bottom of the cushion. I've just zigzagged around the edge just to hold it firm, so if you're going to be washing the cushion or anything like that, it's not going to come apart. So that's your first thing, and then you want to do your half square triangles. I've done some before, so I wanted to just show you a really good method of making these half square triangles.
Perfect.
So I only had 1 panel, so I did actually just grab a couple of fabrics that I had at home. So the first thing you'll do is your half square triangles are from the width of the actual 2.5-inch strips, and you'll put contrasting colours together. And again, in the instructions, Amber Makes does tell you which ones to put together, which I think is lovely. But you want a dark and a light, really. And then you'll put the 2 together, and you'll do a 2.5-inch, a 1/4-inch seam right across the top and right across the bottom. So like this. So that's just machined that together. And then you'll get a cutting mat. And if you have one of these lovely square rulers, which are really, really useful when you're doing this, and some quilting tape, or I had some masking tape at home. And what you'll do is you'll actually put a strip of masking tape at the 2.5 inches on the ruler. So this is quilting tape that you could use, if I could find the end. There we go. So on this other one, I'll just show you. So I've got my 2.5 inch there, and the top of the tape will actually go to the 2.5 inches. So I just need to be sure that I'm putting that in the right position, like that. And I love the fact with masking tape and also the quilting tape, it won't leave a residue on the actual ruler. So
Cool.
you can just rip that off.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sort of make it all sticky
It's
or
a
anything.
really good tip, actually, using the masking tape, especially if you're cutting a gazillion
Yes.
3 3/8 of an inch squares or whatever, to put a little bit of tape. It just makes it so much quicker to line your ruler up where you're going to cut, doesn't it?
It really does. And as I say, if you have got either of these, they're really, really useful. But I've got a great big ruler at home, and I was still able to use the great big ruler and do exactly the same method, which was really good. It's just handy
Because
having
any
it this
rotary
size.
ruler will have the 2.5
Yes.
inch mark on 2 adjacent sides, won't
Yes.
you? just need to line it up there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So then
what
when
next?
you've got your strip together, you'll match the masking tape or the quilting tape with the sewing that you've done.
So you match the
top
upper
of the
line
tape, yes.
with the actual stitching line,
Yes.
not the raw edge of the fabric.
No. And then you'll pop that on there, take your rotary cutter and just cut across there. And then I found it much easier having a board that I could turn, or a rotating board. And then you'll just go across there. Make sure you've got a nice sharp blade, which I need to change mine. Okay.
There we go.
And then you just open that up, and then you'll press it.
Okay.
I'll trim those bits off. You'll press it to the dark side. I'll show you that again. So I've done my first one, and now I'm going to do my second one. So you match. So I've turned mine over. I found it easier to turn it over so that I could actually match that up and the raw edge. So you're lining up the edge of the ruler with the raw edge just there, and then you'll just cut that again, and that's another half square triangle. Then turn it again, and this one you match up, and you've got that extra piece of fabric. Can you see just there? So don't worry if you're not so accurate on your your second cut there, and then you'll just cut that across. I think it was the angle that I had it. Whoops. In fact, I will move it. If you've got a smaller mat, you can do it without moving it.
Mat and board is really useful.
Yeah, I
isn't it?
prefer not to move it because your diagonal lines are actually on the bias, so you want to handle this as little as possible.
Yeah.
And then you match your sewing up, match the raw edges again with the edge of the ruler, and then cut that. And then that's another half square triangle.
Perfect.
So what I'll do, I have done some, and I'm just finishing off with the actual fabric. So I'm just going to finish that one off now.
Now, Cara, as you mentioned, because you're cutting your outside edges of your half square triangle on the bias, so all of the outer edges of each half square triangle are now on the bias.
Yes.
And potentially stretchy.
Yes.
Any tips for handling those or preventing stretch?
Yeah, the best press. You know,
Right.
I know you use that a lot
Love
for
it.
quilting. So if you want to spray it all with best press or a light starch or something like that, that will just sort of make the fabric not move so much. And as I say, don't handle it too much.
When would you do that? When would you do the starching?
Before you actually start cutting anything. So right before you start sewing.
So actually spray starch the panel even?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, definitely.
Yeah, yeah, love it. I do that all the time. It's a brilliant tip. Thank you. Teresa says, morning everyone at work today.
Morning,
Aw.
Teresa.
It's freezing as the heating went off overnight.
No.
That's miserable. It's usually very quiet on Saturday, so good job. I brought a quilt with me to finish hand sewing the binding on.
Oh,
Teresa,
I love
I'm
it.
thinking, are you putting that quilt over your legs to
Whilst
keep you a
you're
little
doing
bit
it,
warm?
definitely.
I mean, that's the payoff, isn't it, for hand binding a quilt?
Yes.
You get to cuddle under it.
Keep you warm.
Oh, well, I hope the heating comes back on soon, Teresa. That's miserable. Oh, why doesn't heating break down in the summer? Anyway, main details on screen are for our brand new Cat of the Month panel. It's the Persian, and she is lovely. I'm going to say she. I'm going to call her Queenie. Call her Queenie.
Queenie the Persian.
I do think she deserves a little tiara or something pretty special. You definitely wouldn't give Queenie normal cat food, would you? Let's be honest. She'd turn her nose up at it, the tail would go up, and she'd walk off in disgust.
She'd have to have, you know, a silver-plated bowl or something.
Yeah, I think so. And one of the really expensive cat food, or possibly even only accepting home-cooked.
Home-cooked chicken or
flaked.
tuna or
Yes,
something like
beautiful.
that.
Yeah. She's definitely a pampered pussy. She's very lovely, very lovely. Don't forget, you can also get a separate bundle if you want to either make the Amber Makes Patchwork Star cushion, which Cara is making, in that bundle, ignore the pigeon, by the way. Stop that pigeon, stop the pigeon, ignore the pigeon. Burr, 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 burr. It's $18.99. You get the panel. You also get the instructions for $18.99. So that's one option. Cara's working on that now. But also, you can do the bag panel, the bag version. So in that case, you get the brand new panel, and then you get 1/2 metre of white fabric for your lining, and you also get the Amber Makes instructions, and that's $19.99. Great value. Bundle that. Okay, Cara, how are you getting on?
Okay, so what I've done is I've very carefully pressed. I pressed from the front to set the seam, and then I've actually pressed the seam to the darker half of the half square triangle. And now what you want to do is just trim that off. And I always at this stage think, oh, that doesn't look square.
Okay.
But it is.
Yeah.
It's incredible, isn't it? How sort of your mind works and how you think, oh, right, okay.
So
See,
trimming-wise, you're just trimming off the dog ears?
I'm trimming off the dog ears, and no matter how carefully you've sewn it, how carefully you've cut it, you may find that you just need to trim off a little bit.
Okay.
But you can see my raw edges are now down the side of both sides of those rulers.
And
so
our finished units will automatically finish at 2.5 inches?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes, which is wonderful.
Great method.
So-
Love that.
I know there are lots of different methods of doing half square triangles, but this one I liked because it was easy.
Yeah.
It was really easy. So I'm just going to trim those, and as I say, you know, you think, oh, is that going to be right? And it is.
Yep,
It's nice and
perfect.
square.
Well, that's a good day, isn't it? When your
Oh gosh,
patchwork is
yes.
square.
Yes.
Unless you're doing Drunkard's Path, and then that's a very bad sign.
I won't ask what that
I
looks
love
like.
the colours of this one too, Cara.
Yes, it's really pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really lovely, almost like a sort of peachy pink.
Yes, it's not. When I was getting the pink to just play with, I thought, oh yes, that's the right colour. It's not at all, is it? Completely
no, it just
different.
goes to show,
So
yeah, it's a more peachy pink, but
it
very,
is,
very
definitely.
pretty.
So what we're going to do is we're actually going to do your half square triangles for the top and the bottom. So on the instructions, the darker ones are actually at the top, and then the lighter ones are on the edge, and then this is the bottom. So I've just got 2 more to attach.
Do you mind just popping everything over a little bit more to the right, please?
To the right, yes.
Yeah.
There
Keep
we go.
going, a little bit more.
A little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more. There you go, perfect.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
I'll try and make sure it's on that
All
line.
right.
So I'm going to be stitching that there and that one there. And the thing is to actually lay them out, look at them,
Yeah.
and be happy that you've got them in the right place. You'll see that the way that these ones are, there's 3 going that way and 3 going that way, and it means that you've got this lovely diamond shape in the centre. So I'm just going to pin that and
And I
machine it.
noticed on the finished one that we've got, each side, all of the triangles are made in one particular fabric.
Yes, but you can mix and match. You can play around with it.
Yeah.
You don't have to do exactly what it says on the instructions, which
Cool.
is lovely. You'll make yours unique.
It's a nice block actually, because of course you could remake this as a, you know, if you want to make a scrap quilt using your fabrics at home or fat quarters, you know, the centre is a 10.5 inch square with strips around it and then half square triangles. So I think it's a pattern that you'll use again and again. Works perfectly with a panel, but will also work with your fabrics.
Definitely, and I think, you know, if you've got maybe a bedroom with these sort of colours, these lovely soft colours, and have this as the centre panel, and then build it up from there, that would look beautiful.
Really nice.
So I'm just going to do 1/4 inch. I've pressed, as I say, my stitching to the dark side, and just want to get the presser foot, and we'll do just a couple of these seams. I want to try and get as much of the cushion done so I can show you the last bit as well if we've got time.
Now the elusive 1/4 inch seam, Cara. It's the holy grail, isn't it, of quilting?
It
Sewing the
is.
perfect 1/4 inch seam.
It
Any
is.
tips? What do you do?
I usually use my machine and find out where the 1/4 inch marking is.
Yep.
And then match my fabric to that marking. And when I'm machining, I leave the raw edge of my fabric to that mark. What you can do is take some quilting tape or washi tape or something like that and put a strip down there, especially if you're doing a lot of, a lot of stitching.
Yep.
You can do it like that. Some machines actually have a 1/4 inch that you can do on the machine.
They do.
And some have a 1/4 inch foot.
Yes.
And I think if I was to do a quilt, I'd actually invest in a 1/4 inch foot.
Although I really like the washi tape or the masking tape
Do
down.
you?
I do, because I tell you what it encourages is it encourages us to look at where our fabric is rather than looking at the needle.
Yes.
And you know how easy it is to
Yes.
get kind of hypnotised and mesmerised
Yes.
by the needle. And it doesn't matter how long you've been sewing. I was making, what was I making the other day? A bag. And I was top stitching. And before I knew it, I was sewing down the middle of the shoulder strap.
Yes.
Because I just got so focused on the needle.
Yes.
Whereas looking at in front of the needle at the bed of the sewing machine, and if there's washi tape there to follow, keeping your eye on that, it stops you looking at the needle.
Yes.
It's a good tip.
It's getting into that habit, isn't it? I think that's the thing. It's taken me a while to feel confident and happy with my 1/4 inches. So I'm just going to set the seams.
You just want to use a low tack tape, don't you?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And then just
Not
open those
sellotape.
out. And then I'm pressing the seams outwards. So from the
okay.
centre, I've actually pressed the seam open in the centre, and then the other ones I'm actually pressing outwards. So just press it on the top as well. And as I say, try not to stretch your fabric too much.
Absolutely.
And I know, I think I said it last time, I noticed, and I shouldn't have done it, but you can actually pull that and
Yeah.
it does make it bigger. I'm
Yeah,
not going
yeah.
to do it.
No.
But if you were to pull that, it would stretch because
Yes.
you've got that bias. So what we're going to do now is going to find the centre of the panel, and I would just pop a little mark with my trusty friction pen where the centre is, and then I'm going to pop a pin in the centre, top and bottom, and match the centre of the binding or the edge. Pop that one over.
Yep.
And a pin at either side, and then hopefully that will help you get it centrally placed.
Great.
I remember just to position that. So we're just going to match.
It's always worth, isn't it? You put everything around, step back, walk
Yes.
away, walk back,
Yes.
have another look. You always spot if something's wrong that way.
You
There's something
hopefully do.
between fabric from here to sewing machine. Suddenly things
just-
get twisted and turned around.
Yeah, or turned around. I remember one of the bags that I did had a pinwheel, and I really struggled with the pinwheel.
Oh, I still struggle with pinwheels now. I cannot ever put a pinwheel, it's one of the simplest patchwork blocks, I can never put a pinwheel block together without getting one of the half square triangles around the wrong way, and I have to turn it. It's like a mental block for me.
It's really fun, isn't it? Something like that, and you know, and you've maybe done it wrong before.
Yep.
And you've tried your hardest to make
Yep.
sure that you've done it right. That's why with something like this, I quite often will pin.
Yeah.
If it's just straightforward stitching, then I can sort of manage without pinning.
Yes.
Don't worry as well if you've got a little bit of extra fabric at either end, because you can trim that off later. So now I'm going to stitch that across the top and the bottom, and then we'll do the side pieces.
Cool. So you stitch top and bottom first.
Yep.
Give it a press.
And trim the excess.
Trim any excess.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just going to line that up again.
The time flies by. Officially, we should be stopping now, but we started you late, Cara, so we're going to give you those 10 minutes back.
Oh, thank you.
Started, so we'll finish. Very important that we're fair here. I was all over farmyard fabrics this
Oh,
morning.
I love them.
Oh,
They were so, and the
cute.
butterflies just look
Beautiful.
gorgeous.
No, it's just what we need at the moment, isn't it?
Yes.
Something fresh and something that reminds us that spring's on its way.
It is, it is.
When will it be summer, Cara?
Oh, we did so well, was it last year and the year before?
Yeah.
It was quite warm early on.
Oh gosh, the year before last
Oh
was
my
amazing.
goodness, yes, that was...
I put my shorts on in March and I finally took them off somewhere around the end of October.
Oh my goodness.
I washed in between, obviously.
Of course, you have more than one pair.
But I literally lived in shorts for like 9 months, it felt.
Yes.
Lovely.
No, so hopefully, and do you know what? When I left the house at 6 o'clock this morning to come over, the birds were singing,
Oh.
even though it was foggy
Yeah.
and cold and frosty.
Were they coughing mid-song?
No, not at all. They were singing, and I just thought, oh, that was lovely.
It is lovely, isn't it?
So it is, and I've noticed the evenings as well.
It's lighter
getting-
for
yes,
longer.
Yes,
Hurrah!
definitely.
That is a good sign, isn't it?
So have we had any photos of Persians? We usually get some photos,
No,
don't
now
we?
come on, everybody. We're waiting. Cara has spoken. Where are your pictures of your Persians?
I'd love to see.
Or your cats at all. You know how much I love pussycats. A message to the studio@sewingstreet.com. If you happen to have a picture of your cat helping you with your craft, even better. That will just make all my birthdays and Christmases come at once.
So how's your cat doing?
Oh, Mrs. Mills is absolutely fine, thank you. I think she might be immortal.
Oh.
I wish. I don't ever want to be without her. She's so lovely. She's 19 this year.
Goodness me.
So she's pretty elderly.
Oh.
But yeah, I did come home one night and she was a different colour. No, that's not true.
She was a different
she's-
colour?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. My friends had to do that once with gerbil. You know, the
Oh,
gerbils
yeah,
are
yeah, yeah,
different,
yeah.
but they do
Yeah.
that, don't they? Gerbils
Yeah.
sometimes change colour.
Yes.
They do. But no, she's doing great, thank you. Mrs. Mills spends quite a lot of time sleeping, but it's really no different to when she was 6 months old,
No.
really. She's always rather enjoyed the nap.
As long as she's happy.
Oh, yeah, she really is.
That's
She
the
comes
most
down
important
every
thing.
evening, about 8 o'clock. She's quite particular about her time. She'll come down from her eyrie. And,
Her eyrie? Oh, right,
you know,
yeah.
She'll go down. She can hear the wood burner being lit, even if she's in a sort of semi-comatose state in another room. She can hear the log fire being lit, and if it isn't, then she'll come down and tell us. And
But
she
it's
does
time.
this particular sort of roar sound when she wants.
Sorry, what
the
was the
log
sound?
burner. Roar. Sounds like a moose, doesn't it? But it's and she's this haunting sound. And she'll usually make it from the top of the stairs, so she's not even in the same room as us. But
Goodness
she
me.
just knows that she hasn't heard it being lit.
Yes.
So she's reminding us. Anyway, and then she'll come down for a cuddle, and it's all rather lovely.
Aw.
But she insists that we're together, all of us, on the family loving, we call it.
Oh,
Family loving.
that is
every
so
night.
nice. And how does she know that it's that time, apart from when she
I
can
know, well,
hear
she
the-
can tell the time,
Can she?
clearly. She's
Yes, of
good with
course.
clocks,
Yes.
both digital and manual.
Love it.
Yes, very good, very good. So how are you getting on? I notice you're pressing your seam allowances towards the centre.
I am, although, yes, I'm going to do it to the centre.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's the right way. I'm just noticing where I've put the label that there's a lot of fabric there, so I'm just doing it a little bit stiffer. If you've got steam, then use
Yeah,
steam.
bit of steam's a
Yeah.
good idea, isn't it, for those?
Yeah.
I know some quilters won't use steam when they're pressing, but I think so long as you're pressing, and it's that pressing motion, down motion, rather than ironing back and forth,
Yes,
steam's an asset.
definitely.
But I always steam press my fabric before I start working with them. I don't
Yes.
pre-wash, but I do steam press. Just a little heads up, by the way, you know me and Tim Holtz. You might have spied these on the website already. In the next hour, we've got some Tim Holtz extra wide backing fabrics, and if I don't buy them all for myself, there might be a little bit left for you. No, I'm kidding, it might well be the other way round, but you might want to jump ahead and get yourself some Tim Holtz extra wide backing fabric. We'll look at it in the next hour, but it's gorgeous.
Okay.
Oh, we also have, hurrah, we have a picture of Derek's cat. Derek, thank you so. Oh, hello.
Is that
Hello.
what they call a tuxedo?
Possibly.
Oh, that's
No?
lovely. One of my cats, Buster, letting me know it's time to eat.
He is absolutely
Look at those
gorgeous.
whiskers.
I know, and the ones above his eyes are
Oh my gosh, I hadn't
sensational.
noticed those. Oh, Buster looks amazing.
He's like, excuse me, have you seen the... Didn't you used to love, do you remember Johnny Morris?
Yes.
Well, I used to squeal like Billy-O whenever he did the voices of the animals. Do you remember? There'd be like a scene of maybe like chimpanzees in the wild eating, and there'd be one saying, "Oh, excuse me, I think you'll find that's my apricot. Can you pass that?" And there'd be a little one going, "Oh, what, this one? Oh, sorry, I thought it was mine." And Johnny Morris would do all the voices in the background, and I would just squeal with delight.
So many people here, especially in the gallery, won't know what you're talking about.
No, they're all a bit young.
Yes.
But Cara, I feel we may both know Johnny. Oh. Well, thank you so much, Derek, for sending in that gorgeous
that was
picture of
lovely.
Buster. Buster, I think you'll find it's time for my dinner. That's how Buster would talk. Charlie's always saying to me, if that animal could talk, what would its voice be like?
Really?
To make me do it.
How many animals have you got on the farm?
Pardon me?
How many animals have you got on the farm?
Oh, gosh, couldn't tell you exactly. We've got,
approximately.
Let me think, 12, 30, about 45 in total.
And have they all got names?
No, they haven't,
Right.
they haven't all got names. All of the goats are named.
Okay. How many goats have you got?
12.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. We've got Titan, who's the billy goat.
Right.
And then there's Agneta, Annifrid, Rosemary Hillard, which is my mum's name, and also Miss Brawn, is a bit of a bruiser. And then their kids. So we've got Benny, Bjorn, Olaf,
Of course.
Heidi, Helga, Gretel, and Lottie.
Oh, I love it.
Yes, it was a bit of a... I'd recently watched Eurovision, and I wanted sort of, Germanic, sort of Scandi-inspired sort of for all of them. But then when the billy goat came along, he was just Titan. There was no other name for him, really. But he is gorgeous.
And do you have, are they called kids? Did you say?
Kids,
Yeah. Do
yeah.
you have many kids every year, or?
Well, we've got 7. We've got 7 kids at the moment, and we're hoping, we think, all of our does should be pregnant now. So come about March, we
Really?
should have lots of little babies, and it makes me cry when they're born.
Oh gosh.
And when they get milk for the first time, I can feel myself filling up now. It's such an emotional moment, though.
I bet. And are you present when they're born?
As much as we can be,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, goats and sheep have this tendency to pretend that they're not having a baby
They're not in labour.
when you're around. Yeah, they'll do everything. They'll be like,
Oh.
just having some hay here, nothing to see, and then you think, okay, they're all right. Well, I'll pop to the loo, and then you come back and there's a lamb on the floor.
Oh goodness.
Being licked,
Oh.
But I mean, so long as they're born healthy and mum's
Exactly.
okay and everything's good, I mean, it's just an absolute treat if I can see them being born.
Yes.
So those half square triangles look pretty easy to add to the sides.
Yes.
Now I notice all your seam allowances are running flat one way, and they're towards you, so your sewing line is the easiest it could possibly be.
I hope so.
Did you do that deliberately?
Yes, of course.
Oh, cool. Cara. spoil it.
The other thing that you want to try and do, the longer sides have got the cornerstones. Now,
Okay.
I know that's the name for them. You want to make sure that your cornerstones match
Yeah.
the seams.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to, have I got time to just do the other side, or shall I just press one?
Maybe just press one,
Yep.
if that's all right. Thank you. Yeah, just got a couple of minutes left.
Just want to, I'll press and then trim.
Yeah.
My corners aren't brilliant, but I'm not going to use the fact that I'm standing and sewing and it's live and they're just slightly off, but nobody else would notice.
We love a finished project more than a perfect project, don't we?
Yes, and nobody
Yeah.
else. And I always say that you might know that that's not exact,
Yeah.
but nobody else is going to tell.
No. And to be honest, as soon as Queenie parks herself on that cushion and never gets
Yes.
off again, you really
Yeah.
won't be able to tell. I think that looks absolutely gorgeous.
So-
Really lovely.
As I say, you will do that, and then you have, and the reason why you have another longer strip
Yeah.
is that it's much easier making a cushion up when you've got straight bit of fabric rather than all the
Oh,
seams.
okay. So you put a final border
So
around
you
the
put
outside.
a final border around.
Doesn't that look lovely? Now that would be a gorgeous centre for a quilt too, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Build out from there.
Definitely. And what you could do is another row of half square
Yes.
triangles, and just build it up. It would be beautiful.
Smashing job there, Cara.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very much.
Thank you. Love my hours with you.
Oh, so do
It's
I.
lovely and calm and lovely bit of sewing and a bit of chat.
And a bit of animal
bit of animal talk as well.
animal
yeah.
impersonations.
Impersonation. Thank you, Cara. You're a dream.
Okay.
I'll see you a little bit later.
Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you.
Thank you.
Now, you've been buying the Persian panel. My goodness, it's gorgeous. Last chances, really, I would say, because it's proving incredibly popular. The panel on its own, if you would like that to add to your Cat of the Month collection, ready for the quilt, or whether you're buying a couple of these so that you can make the quilt and a bag or an accompanying cushion, perhaps. Do make sure you check out your baskets. It's just $9.99 and you get that 10.5-inch image, the name labels, and also 5 43-inch long, 2.5-inch wide strips that coordinate beautifully so that you can create your own projects. Got a lovely picture from Mo of her cat. This is Mo's cat waiting for Santa. Oh!
Gorgeous. What breed is that?
Absolutely beautiful. I love the dog as well, sitting together. Are they best friends? It's adorable. What a great picture. Waiting for Santa. I forgot, actually, I must confess, we forgot to open Millie's Christmas stocking on her behalf on Christmas Day. So we didn't do it until a couple of days later.
Oh.
But she didn't mind. She's very good at telling time, but she's useless at calendars. Useless. Anyway, that panel is available still, but dwindling numbers. So do remember to check out your basket. The other options, of course, are to get the panel with the patchwork star pattern from Amber Makes that you saw Cara making, and what a beautiful cushion that was. Now the bundle for the cushion is $19.99. If you're $18.99, sorry. If you're having a look on the website, remember, for some bizarre reason, there's a picture of a bag next to it with a pigeon on it. Am I right? But the description is right, $18.99. And you'll get the panel plus the instructions to make the patchwork star. And remember, the back of the patchwork star is made out of the strips to make an envelope back. Am I right? Let me just grab this one. Oops. Oh, it's plain. Sorry. It's plain. You can use a solid for that. And then the other option is to make the messenger bag. Now this is a great price, $19.99, and you're getting the panel, you're getting a ½ metre of coordinating white solid, and you're getting the Amber Makes pattern as well. So super value there. All you need to do is add in either some quilt batting, some H640, or you could even use Bosal inside in our form. And then I would use a little bit of interfacing in the shoulder strap just so it's a little bit firmer. A couple of D-rings or rectangular rings. You could even make the shoulder strap adjustable. I did show last week how to put in an adjustable strap slider, so if you missed that, check out YouTube. Well, we've had a lovely hour with our Cat of the Month. Oh, one more panel. Can I just mention? Really, really beautiful. Very, very popular, this one. This is our 40 5-inch squares. What you get on this panel, remember, is 40 squares in total. You get 24 cat images. So you get all of the 12 Cat of the Month. So there's the Persian up there. And you also get a mirror image as well, so 2 of each, and then you get a further 16 coordinating squares that have kind of background prints, all coordinate really nicely. Now you could use this panel as it is, layer it, quilt it, bind it, make a great runner. You could cut it up into large squares, maybe 16 squares together, layer it, quilt it down the lines, maybe a little outline quilting around the cats, bind it as a wall hanging. You could also use that to make large floor cushions or cushions for your sofa. But then you can also cut out individual squares, do patchwork, piecing. We've got an absolutely beautiful make using just a few of those squares. Makes a gorgeous patchwork cushion. Nice and simple, looks great. And that price, $14.99 for 40 5-inch squares. Really lovely. This would also go ever so well if you're planning to make the Block of the Month cat quilt. We'll have one set of finishing instructions, but I'm very inspired to use that with maybe some coordinating solids or some of the strips that are left over each month and do some extra patchwork. So many different options. Now we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, it's going to be extra wide backing, some tools and some fantastic brand new pre-cuts, some bargain prices. You won't want to miss these. So quick cup of tea and I'll see you back here in 2.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey so you never miss out.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. Stuart Hillard, welcome. It's great to have your company. I'm so excited about this next hour, especially where we're starting. You know how much I love Tim Holtz. I love his fabrics. I love the vintage, the shabby chic, the mottled, the grungy, and I also love the fact that he does fabrics which are non-gendered or even have a sort of masculine look. Very good for those modern quilts too. We have got some extra wide backing fabrics. Now, I crow a lot about extra wide backing fabrics for a few reasons. The first one is, big confession time now, the one job I really don't enjoy with quilt making, it's the only job I don't like, is joining fabrics for a backing, or even doing the backing, because they're such huge pieces of fabric and they remind me too much of making curtains, which I also really don't like. With an extra wide backing, you don't have to do any joining, and you can make really massive quilts and you don't have to do any joining. But also if you're making wall hangings, table runners, something really long, for example, again, a 1/2 metre, you can do that. The other reason that I love them is because of the price, because actually metre by metre for your fabric, it is such an affordable. Look at this, will you? This is amazing. This is amazing. 108 inches wide. Now this one is called Street Maps. 274 centimetres. Well over 2.5 metres, isn't it? It's just about 2 3/4 metres wide. So it's unlikely that most of us are going to make a quilt bigger than this. I think this is an incredible print. I want to actually just take a section of that over an art frame and staple it to the back and stick it on the wall, because that is a fantastic image based on American city street maps with this lovely kind of grungy background in shades of tans and creams, so a really good neutral. How amazing would that be on the back of a quilt, or a border for a quilt for that matter? It is so wide. I'm just going to kind of drape just to give you a little bit more. There's plenty there of a sense. Now, if, for example, you would just you wanted to make like a table runner and some placemats, okay, to back all of that, 1/2 metre for a big table runner, all your placemats, some coasters, I don't know, more even. If you wanted to do chair covers for the kitchen or dining room, like loose covers or seat covers, this would be awesome. You could do seat covers for in the caravan. But the vast majority of you checking out, I suspect, are buying extra wide backing for a quilt because you're multi-buying. I want to try and show you just how much fabric is here. So I'm going to start to go. Oh, hang on. It just goes on and on. Amazing. And I love the design too. It's this black print on a tan mottled background. There's a lot of detail in there. It's almost antique-y, tea-dyed effect. I think it's really exciting. It's great. And of course, what really excites me is $14.99 per 1/2 metre and no joining. No joining for my backing. Now, if you wanted to back a large quilt, 2.5 to 3 metres in total is going to do it. It's a big old piece of fabric, a really big piece of fabric, but so good value, fantastic value actually. Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it, the amount of fabric you're getting. At 274 centimetres, now that's 108 inches, yeah? So it's not quite 3 widths of fabric, but it's getting there. It's getting there. And of course, if you are making something smaller, like wall hangings, runners, or smaller quilts, it's still worth using an extra wide for a number of reasons. The price per metre is still less than you'll generally pay for other printed fabrics, but also it's great quality fabric. really great quality fabric, and will provide you with sort of years of wear on the back of the quilt. And of course the back of the quilt gets just as much wear, I think more possibly, on your bed than you know, than the front. So it's really worth making sure you use a good quality backing. Also, you want the backing of your quilt to be beautiful, because you're going to see it too, especially on a bed. You want something lovely against your skin. Now, may I show the next one? Love this. Love this. This one is kind of newsprint. Really cool. This is called Dictionary. Oh, and now I see why. Let me turn it around. Amusement. Amusement. Jollity, joviality, laughter, rejoicing, jocosity, drollery, tomfoolery, mummery, monkey shine, monkey trick, hornpipe bolero, Charleston mambo cha-cha. I love it. What's that got to say? Well, it is a kind of amusement. It would certainly amuse me. Brawl, brawl. I was going to say that's not a kind of entertainment, surely. Funfair, chess and checkers, gymnastics. I feel like an evening of amusement. Let's do some gymnastics and a casino. And this is why I love words on fabric. I can't stop myself reading them. They're very engaging. But what a great fabric for backing a quilt with. Now, this again is 274 centimetres, which is 108 inches wide, which, just to put into context, really is very, very wide. Half a metre is $14.99. Content-wise, by the way, of course, this is 100% quilt weight cotton. So it's going to wash and wear beautifully. You've got a great print there in lighter shades, this one. If I just compare it, this is a little darker, but this is a lighter one, slightly more sort of putty shades, slightly more warm tan shades. I think it's really important, personally, it's really important to me that the back of my quilt is beautiful, interesting, engaging, just as much as the front is. I think this is great. And although it's neutral, it's not boring, it's not dull, it's still a really cool, interesting print. Now, we often talk about these extra wide backings in the context of backing a quilt, but they're absolutely perfect for using on the front of the quilt as well. So, for example, now I always think if you're going to make borders for a quilt, particularly if it's a big print, I don't like joining. And those long side borders, you know, you can end up having to buy a lot of fabric to get that in one piece. But because this is 108 inches wide, even half a metre, you would get enough fabric to border a king-size quilt, a queen-size quilt, with half a metre of fabric for $14.99. Binding for a quilt as well. This would be so cool for binding a quilt. It would also work really beautifully as a neutral to then combine with lots of other fabrics. I mean, Tim Holtz, yeah, absolutely. But also anything where you would use a cream, a tan, a beige background, mix and match. I actually think really lovely, quite strong florals would work really well with this newsprint, because there's such a contrast, aren't they, against the background of words and script. Now, half the stock that we have got of this has now gone. So we did have another earlier on which sold out. So I mention that just because it absolutely is happening today. These extra wide backings from Tim Holtz are selling out. Half of this stock has now gone. So if you love the Dictionary neutral extra wide backing fabric, $14.99 for half a metre, I would get it now while you can. Now we have one more option for our extra wide backing. This is really cool. I love this. I love this. And actually, the more I open it out and look, the more I love it. You know, one of the things I really love that Tim does in a lot of his designs is it's layers and layers on top of each other. So it starts out, for me anyway, with this background, this sort of almost medieval looking woodcut or lino cut print on the background that might be kind of faded wallpaper. Then there's a layer where there are these kind of marks of age and almost like staining on the fabric, which I know sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? You know, stained fabric, but I love that look. I think it's so cool. It's really interesting. And then you've got then that layered again. Excuse me. You know, like sometimes if you use, maybe I sometimes like print too many copies of something and then I'll use the paper again and I'll write over the top of it. It's that sort of reused and reimagined. The printing now is over the top of not only the damask or the printed cloth, but also over the years of age this has then been printed. The memorandum pocketbook, a handy companion for the home and workshop. Tim's got the most amazing home, you know. It's absolutely full of niches and tables that are just covered in his collection of vintage memorabilia, old signs, printers' blocks, curios, weird stuff. It's just incredible. It's the only way I can describe it. There's all kinds of weird and wonderful things. Now this actually, wouldn't this work brilliantly for a bag? I'm thinking my Weekend Warrior bag from Bags for Life is a big bag, yeah, that you could make with this. That would be gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Maybe with, pick out this sort of tan colour for piping around the seams, or a little bit of sort of edge detail. Love that one. Lots of you getting my new book today in the post. Well done. Just received your book. Can't wait to look through it. Ellen, thank you so much. Ellen's in Pembrokeshire. Let me know what you make. Stuart, just received your book. Has the postman been? This is wonderful. It's lovely. Can't wait to have a good look through and get started. I love the way you put the fabric together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Was that Terry? Sorry. Tanya, sorry, Tanya in Kent. Thank you, Tanya. Yeah, look forward to seeing what you make, how you put the fabrics together. Just gorgeous. But yeah, this fabric would be great. And again, 1/2 metre of this is going to more than cover even a big bag, long shoulder strap, add some pockets, all from 1/2 metre of fabric. Extra wide fabrics are brilliant value, absolutely brilliant value. And I also think that would be cool if you had made like maybe like blue, white, tan quilt, even something quite traditional, quite floral, and then to have that on the back. It's got that floral element, but then it's been a little bit kind of subverted and a little bit changed, and I just think that's a really cool backing. Again, £14.99 per 1/2 metre, cut to order for you, so all comes in one piece. Now, there are only 5 metres of that blue fabric left, so if you would love that one to add into your stash, be quick. These are really good, even if you don't have a quilt in mind for them, to get a bit of this for your stash. It's great to have a backing fabric in stock. Now, another thing to have in your stash is wadding, because when you finish a quilt, you've made the top, and you're ready to move on to the layering and quilting, the last thing you want is to have to sit waiting for a batting to arrive. We have been waiting quite a while to get battings back in stock here. We finally got them. Now this is Hobbs Heirloom Premium Cotton Batting. Now, I generally use the term batting. Batting and wadding are completely interchangeable as terms. They mean exactly the same thing. The reason why I started calling batting only is because I remember an American lady on a quilt cruise that I was teaching on told me that wadding, if you wad something, it means to screw it up and throw it away for Americans. So they don't call it wadding. That's screwing something up. So yeah, quilt batting, quilt wadding, same thing. Now then, this is Hobbs Heirloom Premium Cotton Batting. So this is actually an 80-20 mix. This is my absolute favourite blend for quilt making. 80% cotton. I love the drape. I love the thinness and the warmth of that cotton, washability too. But I also love the 20% polyester, which keeps the batting looking and feeling great inside the quilt, and also that bit of polyester also gives you a little bit of extra loft, so your quilting will really show nicely. Now, generally in my quilts I will use one layer of quilt batting. Sometimes though I will use 2 layers, and we call that a winter weight quilt. So you just layer 2 layers of batting together. It's often done in long arming actually, especially if you're going to do a lot of quilting, or you're going to have some areas where you want extra relief. So you quilt down some of the backing, and then those 2 layers of batting in an unquilted area really pop that area. So if you want to do that, then you can double layer. But yeah, 1 layer is fine. Now, when you're choosing a quilt batting for a project, you always need the batting and the backing fabric to be a bit bigger than your quilt top. So this is 120 inches square, or 304.8 centimetres square. So this will do king sized. But you do want, now if you're quilting at home, either by hand or by regular sewing machine, you want about 2 inches or 3 inches of extra batting and backing fabric on all sides. And essentially, this is to give you something to hold on to when you're quilting right out to the sides. Sometimes people talk about, you know, when you're quilting, it takes up the batting and takes up the backing, but it's really not true to any great extent. Your whole quilt will pull in, but the top pulls in. It's not just the top and then needs extra batting and backing. The extra fabric is there to hold on to when you're quilting. If you're sending a quilt for long arming, your long armer will want 6 to 8 inches of extra bat and wadding on all sides. So just bear that in mind when you're choosing your batting. I always get the biggest bats because then I've got lots of options. I can cut that down for wall hanging, a smaller quilt, and then my leftovers I can use for things like table runners, placemats, cushions, bags. You do absolutely get better value the bigger battings you buy as well. This one's $37.99. Now I remember 20 years ago buying a different brand. It was pure cotton, but a different brand of batting, and a king size batting cost me £50, and that was 20 years ago. So $37.99 is a very decent price, and it's something which is integral, literally integral to your quilt. It's what's going to create the warmth, create the drape, create the look, and it's also what makes a quilt, because a quilt by definition is 3 layers held together with stitching. So beautiful. Love Hobbs Heirloom 80-20. This is the largest one that we do at $37.99. We've got 2 other options. Let me show you the next size down, which is the Queen. Now the Queen size, this is a really popular size. This is the size that a lot of us, we don't make quilts bigger than this, although the king size bat is good because I do like those leftovers. This one's 90 inches by 108 inches, so that's going to do singles, twins, doubles, queen size. Now, back in the day, the general advice with quilt battings was, I never did this by the way, was that you filled the bathtub up with cold water and you put your quilt bat in and agitated it. It's enough to agitate me, even the thought of doing it, and then drain the water out and then gently squeeze and pat and then open out and dry. I mean, you can pre-wash, soak your bats if you want. Don't machine them, don't tumble dry them or anything like that. But let me just tell you what it says, recommended notes. If you're using cotton for the first time, spend some time learning about the product before you use it. If used new, straight from the package, heirloom cotton can shrink up to 5%. This allows the bat to shrink after quilting and create the desired look of antique puckering. Now, so if you use a quilt a bat straight out of the bag and quilt it, your quilt will be like flat and that's it. When you've washed it, and it is very slight shrinkage that you get, and you get that pretty much with any quilt batting, it will just pull in very slightly, and I don't like the word puckered because it sounds like a fault, doesn't it? But it just gives that quilt a more of a, it's not brand new, straight out the machine look. I love that. If you want your quilt to stay kind of poker flat and no movement at all, even after you've washed it, then you would need to pre-wash. But from a personal point of view, I feel much more comfortable embracing this slight pucker of age than having to go through pre-washing the batting. But it's an option. It's an option. So that's your queen size, 108 by 90 inches, same composition, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And what you'll notice as well, especially if you've bought battings in the past, it's very clean. Years and years ago, a lot of battings had little cotton seeds in them, little bits of fibre. This doesn't have any of that. Really nice and clean. Bulky and large, not the kind of thing you want to carry home from a quilt shop or the shows. Postage will come to you $3.95, even if you buy 3 of them, 10 of them, however many, $3.95 postage, and they will be delivered to your door. Now we have one more size in the Hobbs Premium, and that's a crib. So this might suit you very nicely for baby quilts, runners, placemats, bags, wall hangings too. This is 45 inches by 60 inches, and generally speaking that's about the size I make baby quilts. I make them round about 35 to 40 inches by generally about 50 inches. So reasonably large, because I want the baby quilt to go beyond the first year into 2s and 3s. This is also a really good size if you are not so much a quilter, bed quilts, but you do things like smaller projects, lap quilts, wall hangings, maybe bags, things like that. Or if you've never tried Hobbs Premium Quilt Bat, maybe you've only ever used a polyester bat, and you want to know what all the fuss about cotton is. Try one of the small bats. It's $10.99, and there's plenty of batting in there, as I say, to make a good sized baby toddler quilt, nice throw for the sofa or an armchair or lap quilt, or for things like bag making. And I do often use quilt batting in bags. They're softer, they have a nice softly structured appearance. Cara was talking earlier on about making her little messenger bag using the Persian cat panel and some quilt bat, essentially quilt batting. Makes a lovely softly textured bag. Super value, $10.99 for your heirloom cotton batting crib size. Centimetre wise, by the way, that's 114 by 152-ish. Lots of you have been trying out hobs for the first time recently. It's a great make. It's a brilliant make. We love it. If you've ever been confused by the phrase needles wonderfully, isn't that great? You wouldn't see that in any other context. That refers to hand quilting. So we talk about needling, which is when you're kind of popping that needle down and up to take the stitches on and pull through. It passes through the batting really easily, and that's because it hasn't got the seeds and the kind of waste products, if you like, from the cotton production still in the bat. It's soft. It's just really easy to get your needle through. So whether you're a hand quilter or a machine quilter, absolutely super. Now those are our cotton and poly mix, 80 cotton, 20 poly. We've also got some wool battings. Now I'm really keen on wool batting, but I'm going to give you a few tips as we go for using wool batting. I'm going to get rid of that. Now, we are most familiar in this country with cotton batting, and that is, I think, almost exclusively due to the fact that the resurgence in popularity of quilting in the 70s came from America. America are heavy on cotton production. Cotton battings were the staple for America, and so the quilt shops in the UK that started up imported American quilt batting. Actually, for our climate in Britain, a wool batting is more suitable. It's more expensive. It's a less easy to produce bat with more expensive raw materials, but wool is perfect for the kind of cold, damp, cold, damp kind of atmosphere, that kind of temperate atmosphere, because wool is naturally moisture repellent, it's naturally antimicrobial, it's naturally allergy, hypoallergenic. It's naturally flame retardant as well. It's, you know, it has that natural resistance. I mean, of course, you have to be ever so careful whatever you do, but it does have those benefits. It has a wonderful loft to it. I'm just going to, if I just lift out a little bit of this bat, just to show you. So if you like the extra puffiness that polyester bat gives you, which gives you wonderfully soft, light quilts, and it also gives you wonderful loft when you're quilting, so that relief between the quilting stitches and the unquilted areas that kind of, you know, nicely bulge outwards and show off your designs. You'll get a much better effect with wool batting for that. It is a fabulous, fabulous batting to use, and will keep you sort of warm in winter, cool in summer. It's really fantastic stuff. Now this is a king size, 120 inches square. A couple of tips when you're using wool batting. I'm a huge fan of 505 quilt basting spray, top and bottom. But when you're using a wool batting, because of all those layers of fibre, and they do slide against each other as well, whereas cotton batting is much firmer, it's almost like a layer of felt. With wool, the fibres are still, they're not felted together, it's not like a thin mat, it's much softer and puffier than that. So those fibres can shift against each other while you're quilting, even if you 505 top and bottom. So what you want to do is 505 top and bottom, and then curved safety pins in between. And I don't need to put as many in as I would put if I was only pinning, but certainly at strategic points all over the quilt, maybe, you know, so far apart all over, just to hold those layers together. Use a walking foot while you're quilting or free motion, and that will create a beautiful quilt. It's really fantastic batting. That's Hobbs Heirloom Premium Wool Bat. Now, smaller version, if you want to try wool for the first time, we've got a queen-sized bat here. This is 90 by 108, so same size as the cotton one. This one, cost-wise, is $53.99. 90 by 108 for that one. If you've never tried wool before, it is a beautiful batting to work with, and the resulting quilts are fabulous. If I was making something like, if I was using Tanner Lawn, Liberty Lawn, something like that, where it's very light fabric, these are so sort of gossamer light and soft as quilt. I would use a wool bat inside that. Lovely. As I say, very, very suitable for the British climate. Grey, damp, wet. Am I selling it to you? Grab my tea. Oh, 5:05. Come with me. Here I am. Now, we do have the lovely 505 spray in stock. It's £7.99 for the can. The can that I've got here is 250 mils. If you've not used 505 spray before, it's must-have. I've got cans everywhere in my studio. I use it all the time. Brilliant stuff. You spray batting. You can spray fabric with it as well, but I tend to just spray the batting, lay the fabric on top. It temporarily glues those layers together for things like quilting. Or if I'm bag making, if you're using non-fusible, like sew-in interfacings, you can use, always test it with your fabric. I tend to typically only use it with quilt weight cottons or maybe woolen fabrics. And again, woolen fabrics do have a tendency to shift and slide. Use 505 when you to hold them in place when you're quilting or when you're doing your bag making, to hold those layers together really firmly. It's a bit of a hero product, not just for me, but for many quilters I know and for lots of you too. Now, over here, we've got some amazing pre-cuts. There's so much to go through. I'm going to speak really quickly. Now, we're starting with, yes, this is lovely. These are really different fabrics. Love these. These are called Rose Terrace, and you've got a pack of 14 fat quarters here. Now, am I allowed to open this? I can open this. It's first time on air, brand new. They are absolutely gorgeous. Now these, I saw these earlier on and I saw the wool batting and I straight away thought, oh, you want quite a thick, puffy, almost like an eider down effect. That knot is tied really tightly. See, anywhere else I'd just grab my scissors and just slice and dice. But I want you to see these gorgeous fabrics. The price is $49.99, by the way, and for that you're getting 14 fat quarters. Now these are absolutely stunning fabrics. Have a look at these. Oh, look at that. I'm going to open that one out even more because I think that's a fabric you really need to see. Isn't that beautiful? If you love Odile, aren't you thinking, yeah, how about these? These are gorgeous. If you love the look of reproduction fabrics, but perhaps find them a little bit too dull and dark, these have the look of reproduction fabrics. Oh, these are really special. Wowza. Now, you would never have thought this, seeing them all bundled up. Look at that. This is amazing. And I thought what a beautiful quilt these would make. And I would just literally cut big rectangles, maybe 4.5 inch by 8.5 inch, sew those end to end in long strips. And then when you sew the strips together, stagger the end points. These are stunning. And you get 14 of these. Lots of you grabbing these now. I don't blame you. They are wonderful. I'm going to move everything over a little bit because there's still more to go. There's so much fabric here. That is beautiful. I love that print. I'm going to have to move over again. These are incredible. I'm your eyes and ears here. 2 more to go. Oh my goodness. This one. Look at that. And then one last fabric, which is absolutely stunning. The green. Now that is a fabric collection, isn't it? This is brand new today. We've never had this on air before. That is absolutely stunning. Now you're getting fat quarters of each of the fabrics in this collection. And there are 14 fabrics in total. And what a colour palette. Turquoise through to this gorgeous orangey red. Some beautiful sort of cream and this yellow print, and then pinks and greens to finish. Absolutely stunning. Something simple, half square triangles, quite large ones I would go. Lots of print. Yeah, no neutrals. I wouldn't put any neutral with this at all. You could, of course you could, but like I'm saying, those long rectangles, just of these randomly put together, end to end, 4.5 by 8.5 inch, end to end. You could stack and slash these, okay? So stack up, maybe 4, and then just cut, switch them around, sew them back together, turn them around, cut, switch them around, sew them back together again. Lots and lots of love for these. They're absolutely gorgeous. Whoever decided to bring them to us had a fab idea. That's Collector in Meadow. I totally agree with you. Aren't they amazing? They have, for me, they've got a French look. They look French to me. I could imagine being in, you know, those, what are those markets, like the antique markets that they have? What are they called? I'm thinking like gitane, but it's not. Isn't that a type of cigarette? But you know what I mean? Brocante. You know the brocante, where you go and they have like the antique market and you see like an old quilt and it's like an eiderdown and it's sewn together and quite puffy and beautiful. These just make me think of that. Or you open an old wooden box and a sewing box, and it is lined with these fabrics, but they're kind of cracked and broken and aged. But these are brand new, fresh, beautiful, just beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Oh, our director just said he feels cracked and broken some days and aged. Oh, well, I can relate, but the trick is not to stop. You just got to keep going. Just got to keep going. I don't really want to have to refold these for many reasons, mostly because I just don't want to. But you're loving these fabrics. They are so, so gorgeous, aren't they? Yes, whoever decided that Sewing Street needed these did good. They did really good, didn't they? No idea how these are supposed to be folded. You know, but anyway, they are absolutely lovely. Now, while I'm folding these up, can I mention something else? What next? Over to you. Now we've got, I was hoping we'd go to these next. We've got some really, really affordable fat quarter bundles, and they are fun, they are gorgeous, they are definitely worth putting into your stash, and the prices on them are incredible. I'm going to start with Feline, which do we have all 5 like laid out? Oh, these are lovely. Got you. Now they're $6.99. They're brand new today, and lots of them have already gone on pre-order. You spotted these, and $6.99 for 5. That's 1.25 meters of fabric, 5 cotton fat quarters is absolutely fantastic. Again, £6.99, that's £1.39 per fat quarter. Absolutely fantastic. I'm sorry, but I want these last lot of fabrics in my car, please. They are so beautiful. So beautiful. Third of the stock of feeling fine. See what you've done there. I'm feeling fine. Good. Where was that joke when we were doing the cat of the month? Come on. Can we think ahead, please? Let me just whip these open. I'm making a rod for my own back, aren't I? But anyway, we need to see the fabric. These are ace. The price is amazing, £1.39 per... How cute is that? This, brilliant. That is beautiful. Love that print. Love that print. Look at those. Those are terrific. I can't believe that's £6.99. I'm going to open one out. Which one? This one. I'm going to open this one out just so you can see. Brilliant value. There's loads of fat quarter makes. Or if you've got Debbie Shaw's half yard heaven books, 2 fat quarters, 1/2 yard. Those are fab. Love that palette as well of turquoise and black. It is fresh, it is modern. I love that. It really is terrific, isn't it? Those are lovely. You're loving them. You're loving them. Don't blame you. Multi-buy them. Because you know what? Your friends are going to say, I missed that. I missed that. And you can be like, do you know what? Don't worry. I bought 2 packs. You can buy one off me. Those are fab. Loving them. Now then, what's next? We've got 4 different options. Farm. This is very cute. So, baby quilts, baby projects, little bags, bibs, teething rings. Oh, they're cute. So a little chicken, there's a sheep, a horse, cow, cat. Yeah, bunting for a nursery would be super cute. That's lovely. Love the carrots. How cute is that? Now, what about a little purse or little bag made out of those? Maybe just a little bit of teal. That would be cute. I know it's from like a baby range, but I would pull that one out and I would use that elsewhere. This is a gorgeous print. Have a look at this. What about little bucket hat for the summer in that with a little bit of yellow solid for a band around the sun hat or binding? What about dungarees? Yeah, or a little shirt. You'd have to multi-buy. You wouldn't get a shirt out of a fat quarter, but I do think that's adorable. But yeah, or just trimming a shirt, a little bit of contrast on the collar, the cuffs maybe, covered buttons. It's beautiful, this range. And there's one more fabric. Oh, Charlie would like this one because it's got pigs on it. How cute is that? Absolutely gorgeous. Now 5 fat quarters plus 1/2 metre of a neutral. I would probably go with something like a light blue, or you could go white or cream, but probably go something like that, or a grey, pale grey. Plus 5 fat quarters, you could make a super baby quilt. Now price wise, 1/2 metre of pale grey solid is £3. £3 a minute. Right, and then £6.99 for that. Well, basically, you're talking under £12. Under £12 for all your fabrics for a baby quilt. That is superb. Love it. Love, love, love it. We've got 2 more of these fat quarter bundles available. The next one's called Flower Garden. Each one of these is really different as well, isn't it? You know, lots of different options. These are great stash builders. If you haven't got such a big stash, don't worry. No one's judging. But these are a great stash builder, you know? Oh, these are cute. These are cute. And wait till you see peas in a pod. Hello. Oh my goodness. Now, you know those baby grow, like sleep sacks that people put babies in? I so want an adult version. It looks so cozy. How cute is that? This fabric, adorable. You know me, anything with bees on, I'm so there, living for that. Micro gingham, adorable, absolutely perfect. And then to top it off, this beautiful pink polka dot. Now that is a beautiful, beautiful range, isn't it? 5 fat quarters for £6.99. £1.39 a fat quarter. You just can't go wrong. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, I'd throw in something like a soft yellow or a soft pink, half a metre or a metre, baby quilt, playmat, baby bag. Absolutely fantastic. Bunting for a bedroom, so sweet and adorable. The price is amazing. And these, of course, are 100% cotton. Just lovely. Gosh, I'm impressed with these. They are lovely. And the quality is great. Really good quality cotton. Struck a bit lucky with these. Now this last one is called Stripey. Again, baby quilt, but also I'm thinking gorgeous bags, really nice bags. I'm also thinking purses, modern quilters. I think these would mix in really well. I think they'd mix in really well with Tula, actually. Some light and mid-toned greys mixed in, some white would work really well. And also maybe pick out that mango colour in a solid, would also look great. How much fun is that for £6.99? I don't know where else you could get that much fun for £6.99. If anybody knows different, do tell. How cool is that? I mean, that's got, you know, fun bag written all over it. I love it. I love it. I loved the look of these fat quarter bundles when they were all tied up, but now I'm actually unpacking them. They look terrific, don't they? Really cool. If you bought all 4 fat quarter bundles, okay, you would be paying less than £28. And for that £28, you would have 20 fat quarters, all different types, which amounts to 5 metres of fabric. 5 metres of fabric for less than £28. And a stash full of gorgeous coordinated fabrics. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Please, Danger Zone, feline fine is in the danger zone. To the danger zone. It would be lovely if we could just come in with a little sting on that, couldn't it? Brr, brr, brr. Danger zone. Yeah, flames. Flames licking up. Go on. It's quite dangerous for the sheep. Let's be honest. That is a danger zone. Gosh. God. Gorgeous. Wow. Now, just before we go to break, we have got a few other things. Modern quilting, gorgeous book. This modern quilting. We've been looking at all sorts of lovely fabrics. Really gorgeous book, this £10.99 from Michael Caputo. 25 step-by-step projects. And let me just show you, there are some gorgeous designs in here. That price is going to drop. You know, you've bought some fat quarters. You want to get something making. Why not? Let's go under £10. Ooh, love that. Love that. I'm reading the pattern now, thinking, oh, I like the look of that. Oh, yeah, gorgeous. Oh, that's lovely. Some really super designs there. Under £10 for 25 quilt patterns. Gorgeous. Sometimes it's just about having those ideas. Love that. That would work so well for a modern baby quilt. Some fat quarters, some solid. That would look terrific as well. Nice. Liking that. The farm fabrics that we had earlier on would work really well in some of these designs. That's gorgeous. Oh gosh, that's interesting. I get around ironing mat and sewing machine cover. Hello. That's a different idea. Gonna buy this for myself. Like that too, colouring book holder. Nice little bag. Gosh, there's a lot in there for £9.99. Goodness me. That's what we call a sleeper. That's just been sitting on the desk having a good old snooze. Wow. We're going to go to break. We didn't get through everything, but it's on the website. Do have a look. Got some gorgeous Tilda, actually. We'll go for a little break. When we come back, we'll have Cara back for some embroidery. Nice.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. so you never have to spend a minute without us. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Do you love sewing? Are you creative, inspiring, and love to share your skills and tips with others?
We're excited to announce Sewing Street's Search for a Star 2022.
We're looking for talented sewists of all genres,
Dressmaking,
quilting,
homewares,
and needlecraft,
to join the Sewing Street family
and share their sewing wisdom with our viewers.
live on air.
To enter to become our next guest designer, all you have to do is send us a video submission of you introducing yourself and a brief demonstration of some sewing.
Send your video to studio@sewingstreet.com with the subject Search for a Sewing Star. If you have any issues, email us and Director Elliot will be sure to help.
Please keep your videos under 3 minutes in length and in landscape.
For more information, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Good luck! If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, welcome back to Sewing Street, everybody. I'm Stuart. I'm here with you all morning, and this hour we've got the wonderful Cara Ackerman spending some time with us, doing some really beautiful, calming, relaxing hand sewing, hand embroidery. And there's been a lot of talk in the last few years about getting more mindful projects, slow stitching, things that just help us to sit, relax, calm down, reflect, projects that we can do that just help us to process the day. I'm all for that. Oh So Bootiful are a great company who produce beautiful kits for hand embroidery, done in a hoop, framed in the hoop, on the most beautifully pre-printed fabrics that not only have the embroidery design there, but also have like the kind of background colours and extra details that bring their designs to life. Now, before we actually see the designs, I want to let you know about a fantastic offer that we've got on these Oh So Bootiful embroidery kits. So if you buy 2 of the same or different kits from today's show, you will save 15%. Now, I just want to clarify, it's kits and patterns. Just the kits, thank you. Okay, so we do have a couple of printed fabric packs. They're not included in the offer. So it's the full boxed kits. So if you buy 2 of them, now they might be the same kit, they might be 2 different kits. You need to check them out in the same transaction. Okay, that's super important. And then you will save £6.90, that's 15% on your purchase price. So, great day to buy Oh So Bootiful. Now, let me show you what sort of you get in the kit. I'm going to grab this one. This is called hydrangeas, which are a beautiful, beautiful flower. The kit comes beautifully presented in this box, and it costs £22.99. Now, inside that kit, you get your embroidery hoop. Now, you're going to use this for working your design. You're also going to get, this is your frame. So you're going to keep your embroidery in there, and then you can hang it on the wall, or you can put it in a, like, you know, there's plate frames that you can stand a plate up in. They look really nice in those. You're also getting your threads. So all these gorgeous embroidery threads, and these are multi-strand embroidery threads. There is a little reminder, remember to split your thread. Now you're getting a couple of needles included for your embroidery. Next up, you're getting a piece of polyester wadding or batting. Well, you're actually going to put this into your frame with the fabric, and you're going to embroider through the fabric and through the batting as well. So that creates a lovely sort of padded effect to your embroidery. Love that touch, it's a little bit different. Now then, you're also getting your pre-printed fabric. Now this is what I think is really beautiful about this. So the fabric is all printed, background, the design itself, and then what you're going to do is go in there and now the hydrangea is the most simple design that they do, and this one is based purely on back stitching and French knots. So what you're going to do is back stitch around all of the outside lines, around all of the petals. I mean, a really gorgeous mindfulness project that. You're also going to back stitch the veins of the leaves. And then when you've done that, you're going to go in and pick out the center of each floret with a French knot. So beautiful, simple, mindful project. You've got fantastic embroidery tips. Now these are in all of the kits, and these are all about how to frame your fabric, how to split your thread, all the really basic setups, how to finish it as well. So basically you frame it, you work your embroidery, and then you trim and gather, use a gathering stitch to gather it to the back of your hoop. You get all of that included, and then you also get specific stitch notes for the kit you're working. So I mentioned that the hydrangea just uses a back stitch and a French knot. You've got really clear instructions on how to work both of those embroidery stitches, also a thread guide for sorting your colours, all included, and a really nice close-up of what your embroidery should look like. This is what it looks like finished. How beautiful is that? Love it. So that's hydrangea. Love the fact that you get everything in there. Just add scissors and some gorgeous time sitting peacefully. What could be nicer? But also it's the kind of embroidery, because you've got the picture and because it's simple embroidery, you can also do other things. Listen to music, chat to friends, watch TV, whatever you want to do. Sounds like a perfect night in to me. Now, let's gather. There's 5 different options actually of kits. We're going to start with the one at the bottom. This is called Bees and Wildflowers. Now this is a gorgeous one. This is a kind of blueprinted fabric. You've got all the flowers, the bees, they're all printed on, and then you embroider over the top. How gorgeous is that? So summery. I really love that one. Now each of them use different embroidery stitches, but they're all simple basic embroidery stitches. There's nothing hard. But if you've never embroidered before, this is a brilliant place to start, because you've got the printed picture, you've got super instructions, you've got that embroidery guide. And although this is displayed in a hoop, there's nothing to stop you including this panel, say in the centre of a cushion, or framing, mounting and framing it in a picture frame and having it on the wall. There's lots that you could do with these. So that's the Bees and Wildflowers. Next up, now this is following a little bit of a theme today. We had succulents and cacti in the first hour's wonderful Dreamcatcher fabrics. This one is called Cacti. Very on trend, this one, with the cacti, blooming cacti. It's really fun. This one's really based around straight stitches, lazy daisy stitches, nothing complicated. Little star stitch there, very simple to do, but just great fun. Love all the little needles on that one. Is it like a prickly pear? I don't know. Fab though, aren't they? If you want to encourage younger people into embroidery too, maybe do a little bit of handwork, I think that's a cool design. It's quite on trend, isn't it? Now, next one, again, I think this is a beautiful message for beautiful activity. This one's called Be Kind to Yourself. You might know somebody who needs a little bit of support, a little bit of a virtual hug that you can send through the post. What about sending them this? Be kind to yourself. Now, I would say that this one probably includes the most embroidery in it because you've got lots of satin stitch in this one. So if you want a slightly more time-consuming project, I would say this one, and the lettering is all done. That's a beautiful one. I really like that. £22.99 again. And then the last one that we've got is Cherry Blossom. Now the Cherry Blossom, very limited stock on this one. Yeah, can I open this? Can I open this? Yeah. Yeah. Just gonna... The background fabric is absolutely fab actually. It's really cool on this one. They're all good. But you see that kind of soft, almost like out of focus branches? Well, they are printed on the fabric. So you can see those soft images in the background and sort of like falling petals. Well, then what you're going to do is go in with these much brighter than the print is, embroidery to do the branch, all the blossoms, the little stamens. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And then you get this beautiful background as well. It's very clever what they've done because it's almost sort of photography meets embroidery. It's very clever, isn't it? Very clever concept. And I love the fact that in these kits, you're getting that frame that you're going to work it in and display it in. You're also getting, this is, again, I'd never seen this before, but when Gemma, was it, came in to demonstrate, and she showed me that actually what you do is you put that batting behind the frame, and then you hoop the design both together and then embroider. So it creates extra relief, extra loft in your design. I just think that's a brilliant idea. If you didn't want to add that batting, you don't have to, of course, but I do think it's a really, really cool idea. You get your needles, a couple of them, you get your threads, you get your stitch guide that's specific to the design you're working, and then you also get those embroidery tips that are going to teach you how to set up the frame, how to use your thread, how to, you know, break off strands and so on, or pull out strands, how to finish your hoop. It's just a superb kit for £22.99. Now remember, today, the tough decision is which two are you going to pick? Because if you pick out of those 5 kits, 2 of the same, 2 different, you're going to save 15%. That's £6.90. Which brings the price of each kit well under £20 each. Do you have a gift cupboard, gift drawer?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Got someone in your family that you want to encourage. Cara, welcome back.
Oh, thank you very much.
Did you have a good hour off?
Yes.
Did it fly by?
Yes, it definitely flew by completely.
We're very
and utterly.
glad to have you back.
Well, it's lovely. One of my passions, or my main passion, is embroidery.
Oh, tell us more.
Oh gosh, I've been doing embroidery for years and years and years, and I was so lucky to work with DMC for a number of years, until I turned freelance. So it's just been in my blood completely and utterly. So I love sort of sharing my passion as well about embroidery with other people, because people look at embroidery and think it's something that's going to be really hard to do. But it's not.
Why do you think that is?
I think because the finished result is stunning, and a lot of people think, oh gosh, it's really complicated, it's really difficult to do. It's not, it really isn't. So if you want to have a go or you want to encourage somebody else to have a go, these kits are perfect, absolutely perfect.
Brilliant.
And I'm not sure, but I've got a feeling that might fit into a letterbox.
I'm sure it would.
So, you know, it's lovely to just maybe surprise somebody, and you know they're going through a tough time, or perhaps they've got to recuperate from an operation, or they need to rest. It's just so mindful. It really is.
Perfect. I broke one of my toes last year, and I
my
had a couple of
gosh.
weeks where I really wasn't supposed to move or go anywhere, and I didn't have hand embroidery. It would have been perfect just to sit, because actually I wasn't in the mood for concentrating on anything much.
No.
And actually you don't have to concentrate really hard on these,
not
because
at all.
they're printed. You're not counting from a chart.
No.
You're not following a design that's, you know, over there. It's all printed for you. And $22.99 for everything you need in a box. Remember, all you need to add are a little pair of scissors, and some wonderful time.
Oh gosh, yes. And you know, either to stitch for yourself or to stitch as a gift. I love stitching as a gift for somebody, because it's your time, it's your love, it's your passion, and to pass that on to somebody else when you finish stitching, I think is lovely. And I love the fact that you know, all of these kits are produced in the UK. They do use DMC threads, which are, I'm biased, but they are the top sort of thread.
Of course, yeah.
And I just love the story behind the company as well, Steph and Jem, and they've grown and grown and grown, which is wonderful. And I love the fact you've got everything in there. You don't have to get anything. You know, you don't have to go to the shops, you don't have to walk around the shops or anything like that. It's
little pair of
absolutely perfect.
scissors, that's all you need.
Yeah.
No, I loved meeting. It's not
Jem.
Steph, is it? It's Jem.
Jem,
Who comes
yeah,
in. Jem.
yeah.
And she was telling me, she was very openly talking. They both do openly talk about. They've both had sort of issues with mental health.
Yes.
And they both found that embroidering, slow stitching, was really therapeutic for them.
It's just beautiful.
And
You
it's
can
such an important message.
lose yourself completely in it. You know, we were saying new year, new hobby. I've been embroidering for years and years and years, but I love coming back to it. And, you know, I think a lot of people have embroidered in the past, and it's something you never forget. You never forget. So it's
true.
just lovely to try
It's
something
classic,
different.
isn't it? You know, I embroidered as a child. I enjoy embroidering now. I know I'll enjoy it in the future too.
Yes.
Great. So when we get our kit, where do we start?
So what I wanted to do before I actually started stitching, there are a couple of shows where Jem's shown this, but I wanted to show it today, is how you get started. So you open your box and you get all your ingredients, if you like, and then you have, as you say, a lovely piece of wadding. And I've not done this before. I've not stitched through wadding before. I've stitched through interfacing, so I've put interfacing on the back of my embroidery, but I haven't stitched through wadding, and I thought, oh gosh, you know, I'm not sure, but it works really well. So what you'll do is you'll take your embroidery hoop.
So you're using the Be Kind to Yourself kit, aren't you? Details are on the screen. It's $22.99, but remember, if you buy 2 kits, each $22.99, check out at the same time on both of them, you'll save 15%, that's £6.90. And you've got a choice of 5 different kits, maybe one for you, one as a gift, maybe both for gifts, or one for you to do, one for a friend to do. You could sew them together. You could post one out.
You could have a stitch along.
You could. We'll
You know,
meet
if
up
you're-
on Zoom.
Yeah, and how are you getting on? You know, have you tried French knots? Have you tried this stitch? I always say to people, if you haven't done embroidery before, take a piece of fabric, just a scrap piece of fabric, and practice the stitches first before you actually go on to the main design.
And you get a little stitch guide anyway, don't you?
Do, and
Teaches
it's
you
beautiful.
the stitches you'll use.
Yeah. So I've taken the hoop apart. I've got the inner ring, then I've got the wadding, then I've got the fabric, and then I've got the outer ring of the hoop. And what you do is you want to get that as centrally placed as possible. So move the inner hoop around a little bit and try and get the screw at the top, and then you'll press down and then you'll tighten screw, and this will hold everything together. Because the hoop actually surrounds the design, there's no need to sort of undo a hoop and move the hoop or anything like that. Obviously, if it was a larger design, then you could do that.
Now, am I right in saying that the one exception to that, well, actually, I think there are two exceptions. Yeah, there are two exceptions to that, are the cactus and the cherry blossom, simply because if I just show you on the cactus, the design goes right to the very edge.
Yeah.
So that would be a time when you would hoop over here, stitch this part, and then hoop over here and stitch further in, and just move the hoop around a little bit before the final framing. Same with the cherry blossom, because you've got the branch that comes right to the very edge. That would just be a time when you would just hoop slightly over here, work the first part of the branch, and then re-hoop and carry on. Now, there are single figures of that cherry blossom left. Very pretty, isn't it? Very spring-like.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I love the fact that it does look like a shadow as
It's
well.
gorgeous.
It's so clever, so clever.
It is. It's a brilliant concept. Absolutely lovely. I can't wait to see what else they do.
I know.
So once everything's hooped?
So once everything's hooped, this is on the designs where you are going to stitch as it's in situ. So the other one, you're not necessarily going to, you're going to be moving it around. So once you get everything tight and everything like that, you can then trim the wadding. So you'll trim the wadding on everything except for the cacti and the cherry blossom. You'll leave the wadding as it is on those two, and you will trim it at the end when you've actually framed the design.
Got you.
So this is all explained in the instructions. The instructions are very, very clear, beautiful diagrams and photographs as well. So you do have everything there to help you. So that's what you'll do. The other thing is the threads are all in a bundle, and I'm terrible for getting my threads all muddled up and everything like that. So that's your design ready to start stitching. The threads are in a bundle like this, which is great because all the colours are very different.
Yes.
So it's not that you're looking at it thinking, oh, is that a dark green? Is that a light green? I think on the cacti, it's slightly different.
Yeah.
So what I did, and I'll show you with the other one, is I actually took this idea from Sashco, when you've got some Sashco thread. So what I did was just fold the thread in half like that, and then I plaited it.
Okay.
And it just keeps all the threads together, means that you're not losing them, and you can actually take a strand out or two strands out at a time.
Oh, okay.
So
without unplaiting it?
Without unplaiting it, I'll show you. I'm not going to sort of stand here and plait the whole thing, but you just divide the threads roughly into thirds, leave a loop at the top, and then just plait those loosely. Very loosely. You're not going to, at the end, you're not going to tie a knot or anything like that. It just, as I say, keeps all the threads together. Yeah. Especially if you've got a cat nearby that likes playing with threads. And I think once we had a photograph of a parrot playing with the threads and everything. So.
Oh yes, well remembered.
So just pop that down like that.
I'm wondering if Buster's had his dinner yet. Derek, do get in touch. Do you have a picture of Buster looking rather more content now, slightly less concerned about where his dinner is?
So then you're ready to start stitching. So I'm just going to bring this one in. Pop those needles. Yeah. So fantastic instructions, all stitches explained. And as I say, what I would do if I'd never embroidered before, I haven't embroidered for a while, I'd get a scrap of fabric and some of the threads, there's plenty of threads included in the kit, and I'd try some of the stitches until you feel comfortable and happy, and don't be too critical. You know, everybody, even now, I look at my work and I think, oh, I could have done that a little bit better. But if somebody else looked at it, they wouldn't sort of notice any difference.
Sure, no, absolutely. I think, well, hand embroidery is quite forgiving, isn't it? Especially on something like this.
Yes, definitely.
You know, you're not working from a chart, you're working on a printed design. So one of the things I've done with counted cross stitch is I've miscounted and then a design hasn't joined up.
Oh, gosh.
Which is a little bit tragic when you spend all that time. But with this kit, everything's printed on the panel. You're stitching down into the fabric. It is totally relaxing.
It really is. So that's my little plait there. And if I just show you, so say I want some of this yellowy orange, I am going to show you how the lovely Jane Greenough starts her stitching with when she needs 2 strands.
Yes.
So this to me is a nice length to work. If you're happy and comfortable with working it with a longer thread, then please do so. Take 2 strands off.
Yeah.
But take a strand off. So you can see I've just picked the yellowy orange.
Yeah.
I'm holding it in my hand just loosely, and I'm just going to pull the thread, and you'll see it starts scrunching up at the bottom. But if I just pull it through,
Yeah.
pull it through, I've
It's
got my
out. And there's the
single
plait. Oh, that's brilliant.
single strand like that. And when I'm doing embroidery, I actually, so let's say I wanted to actually work with that long length, I would still take each strand off at a time and then
One
lay them back
strand.
together.
Yeah.
But the other method is you take that length of thread,
So double what you'd want to work with.
yeah, and then you'd get the 2 raw ends together, and that's the bit that you're going to thread through the needle.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't want you to be stood there or sat there or watching me trying to thread my needle. I'm not very good. I like using magnifiers and lights and things like that.
Yeah, the
so,
raboon.
so I would thread the 2 raw ends of the thread through, and you're actually left with a loop like that.
Yep.
Can you see that? Okay.
Yep.
Well, I don't know where I'll.
That's fine. We can see
Yeah,
that.
is that
Yeah.
okay? So I've got one that I've threaded earlier, and I'll show you.
The bees and wildflowers embroidery, by the way, is on screen. It's $22.99 if you're just buying one. Remember, if you buy 2 different kits or 2 of the same kit and check out in the same transaction, don't need to put a code in, don't need to do anything different, but just check out both kits at the same time and you'll save 15%, £6.90. Don't worry, if you checked out earlier on today, you'll have still got that discount. It applies all day till midnight, £6.90 saving on buying 2 kits.
Actually, I won't start with that one. I'll start with the blue because I'm going to be showing you on the reverse side. I will also show you how lovely it is to have something like this as well to hold your hoop, so you've got both hands free. So this is my blue one, the blue thread. So I've got my loop at the end, thread my needle, and this is the straight stitches of this flower here. So I'm actually going to come up near the centre. I'm actually going to come up away from the centre because it's easier to stitch down into the centre. So come up there through the wadding and everything.
Yep.
Come up there. Don't pull your thread all the way through. You're going to be actually leaving that loop on the reverse side.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm a no-knotter, but because you've got the wadding, you can knot.
And
On this
bury it
design,
into the bat. Yeah.
Yes, because it won't sort of show any lumps and bumps.
Okay.
So I've still got my loop there. I'm pulling my thread through. This is a straight stitch that I'm doing.
Yep.
I'm actually going to then put my needle through the loop and pull.
And pull it.
And then that's secure on the reverse side.
Oh, that's clever.
So there's no knots whatsoever. But as I say, because you've got the wadding, you can do knots.
Yeah, if you prefer. But that's a really smart, cool way of doing it.
As I say, I don't take any credit for that. That's lovely Jane Greenough that does it in cross stitch and not on linen as well.
Very good. That looks great. So when you're working something like that, do you work sort of like clockwise, counterclockwise?
Both.
Yeah.
I haven't got
You don't just do random ones and fill in between?
No. I sort of follow, and I'm going to the centre.
Yeah.
But the stitches at the centre are going to be covered with French knots.
Got you.
So I'm just doing straight stitches here.
It's lovely. It sort of creates like a little cornflower, doesn't it?
It's gorgeous. And because you've got 2 strands, you're covering the printing that's there.
Yeah.
And you know, it looks like you've done a really complicated stitch.
And just to check, Cara, the printing, does it wash out if you were to wash it?
No,
it stays
not at all. It's permanent.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's permanent.
So if there were little elements that you didn't stitch, like for example the bee's wings, if you wanted to just leave them printed, you could do that.
Definitely, you can leave it.
Yep.
And you'll still have the white printing there. And so you can do as much stitching as you like, or as little stitching as you like.
Just thinking, you can see where you've stitched one of the wings on one of the bees
Yes.
on the right, and on the left hand side it's unstitched. So you can choose to mix and match.
You can, and I wasn't going to do any black stitching because you won't be able to see it on camera, but I've done the yellow satin stitch here on the body of the bee.
Yeah.
I haven't done the black, but look at it. You don't have to do the black. It's
No,
still,
you can do as much or as little as you want, can't you?
it's still very, very three-dimensional.
Could I add little beads to this?
Oh, definitely. I'm a bead girl. I love my seed beads
Me
and things like
too.
that. I would possibly do seed beads where these little dots are. So they're sort of French knots as well. We're going to do French knots in a minute. For the centre of the little flowers there. So I'm going to go through most of the stitches that you will need. So that's the straight stitches.
Straight stitch. Now,
Okay.
can I just cut in for a second?
You
Got a
certainly
lovely
can.
tip from Marion on Facebook, on our Facebook page. Thanks, Marion. Marion's saying, if anyone's unsure about the plaiting method, you can also use a bit of card, bit of cereal box as well. Use a hole punch if you have one, and punch holes. Separate the colours in the way the cross stitch kits are, and then just make. I make the holes by pushing a pen or pencil through,
Yes.
and then just tying them on.
Definitely.
Great tip.
It's lovely.
Really
lovely.
good tip.
Everybody will have different ways, but I just know myself personally, I make a mess of all my threads and they end up sort of all knotted and everything like that. So
Yeah.
as I say, so that's one of the stitches. So that's your straight stitch, which is around the flowers there. So I'm actually going to park my needle just over here and pick up, I think I'll do white next. So
Okay.
again, the same method. So I've got my loop there, but don't worry, if you want to do 2 strands of the stranded cotton, just tie a knot in the end and use the knot to secure it.
Sure.
So I'm going to do the, this is sort of like a detached chain stitch here,
Okay.
or a detached lazy daisy stitch. So I'm coming through, I'm actually going to do a tiny, tiny little stitch here. Only thing is, because I've got the blue there, I need to park that needle further away or pull the threads through. I would normally, personally, and everybody again has their own way of doing it, I would normally finish all the blue stitches with 1 length of thread.
Yeah.
And then if I wanted to, I'd carry on, I'd thread it up with some more blue and do the rest. Or at that stage, then I'd change my colour.
Okay.
So I'm just going to do a tiny little stitch to secure the end. So again, you won't be able to see it very clearly. I want to get
It's
to the
good you
loop,
Go through the loop.
go through the loop.
Just while you're doing that, just have a quick look at a picture that we've been sent in from Suja. Or Sonia. Oh, Suja. Hello.
Oh, isn't
the
that
cactus
gorgeous?
panel.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh, yeah, that's terrific. Love that, Suja. Thanks for sending it in. It looks brilliant. And that is really detailed, isn't it?
It is. but
Simple stitches, but really
very,
detailed.
very simple. You know, that is a lovely project if you want to sort of do your mindful stitching over a period of time.
Yeah.
But it is just so portable. You can pop it back in the box, take it with you, pick it up, do a few minutes. I think Gemma said that she used to sit outside school when she was waiting for the children to come out and do a bit of stitching there. And you'll be amazed how much you'll do.
Yeah.
And how quickly it grows.
And and I think as well, a project like this is nicely distracting, but also really good when you perhaps got a lot on your mind or you haven't got much headspace. I can really relate to that, where I want to do something and I want to do something distracting, but I haven't got the headspace to do something complex or something that I've really got to concentrate on. I just need to be able to do something. And a project like this, perfect for that.
It's absolutely perfect. So I'm doing, they call it a lazy daisy, or as I say, it's similar to a detached chain. So I've come up at the end nearest the centre of the flower, and then you're going to be making a loop. So my needle's going back down through the fabric, and I've got the space there. Try not to twist your thread. I'm just going to hold that there, and my needle's going to come up at the end of that petal. And then can you see again, you know, when you, I don't know how close, but you can see that the thread's not twisted,
No.
it's lying parallel, which is lovely. And that's really, really good when you're doing satin stitch.
Yes.
It covers a lot easier.
And would that tend to happen if you try and pull out 2 threads at the same time and just use them straight out?
It would be slightly twisted.
Twisted.
It will be fine, absolutely
But it's
fine.
better to pull them out one at a time.
I find, but that, again, that's my personal opinion, but everybody will do it their own way, and you can certainly pull 2 out at
But
a
you're
time.
a very good embroiderer and an experienced one, and it's those little tips that make the process easier, don't they? We all like the process to be as smooth as possible, I think.
Yeah, I think as smooth as possible, and you'll still be absolutely delighted with the finished result. So now I've
Good for
pulled...
children as well, these projects.
Oh gosh,
wouldn't they?
yes, definitely. I mean, I was young when I first started stitching.
Yeah.
I did some voluntary work at my daughter's school, and they wanted, it was the millennium, and they want, that's a long time ago, 22 years ago.
Oh, don't. No, it's not. It's about 3 years ago.
I know, but they wanted to do a
Is it still
project.
2004?
They wanted to do a project for the whole school, so that even meant the 4 and 5 year olds.
Lovely.
And we did an oak tree, and every single child in the school created a leaf, and the older ones did lots of embroidery on it, but the little ones, even the 4 and 5 year olds, with help, were able to do just like a running stitch, but they painted the leaf first, then drew the lines that they wanted to stitch on. So you can get people started.
You really can.
You know, the girls and the boys at a very young age with some supervision, because you don't want the sharp needle.
Sure.
I would say really the older children are better with the sharp needle.
Yeah,
the
7,
little
8
ones,
plus.
yes,
Yeah.
the little ones can do it. So I've
Perfect.
made a loop there, and now I'm going to secure that loop by just popping a stitch over the top. And that's exactly how I've done these other stitches here.
Oh,
So this one
lovely
here.
message, Cara. You'll love this. From Deborah, who said, I had no confidence to do embroidery. Can relate to that. But you've given me confidence. By the way, when I do cross stitch, I never use knots. I do the loop at the beginning. There you go. You can do embroidery.
Yeah,
You can do
definitely.
embroidery.
I love the having the 2. I love cross stitch when I want to sort of concentrate. And I've found recently, again, somebody else was using the technique where you highlight where you stitched. And that helps you,
Yeah.
so you don't actually lose your place or anything.
That's a good
So
tip.
every time you've done a row of stitches, you
Yeah.
highlight it,
With a
and
highlight
you
pen,
know,
yeah.
you go out of the room, you come back, you know exactly
That's
where
a
you're
really cool
stitching,
idea.
which is really good. But I like the 2. I just love anything to do with the needle and thread. Give
I
me a
think
needle and
embroidery
thread.
in the past has had a bit of a perception from a lot of us that it's very fine work, that
Yes.
it's super advanced, only for people who have got amazing skills and are going to put in hundreds, thousands of hours into creating something that's kind of way beyond most of us. I think what's lovely about Oh So Bootiful is that they bring actually very beautiful looking finished results into the realms of, well, I could do that. No, I could do that.
Definitely.
That's lovely, easy, sit down, I can pick that up and sew that. I've never done anything before, but I know I can reproduce
Yes.
what's on the front.
Yeah, it's just beautiful, and you will get so much enjoyment from it.
Oh, well done, Deborah. Enjoy your embroidery.
Yes, definitely.
It's really, can be really relaxing, and also it doesn't have to be relaxing. Actually, it can be very dynamic, very creative. I mean, some people do all kinds of embroideries, don't they?
Oh, I love the fact we did an exhibition once, and a lot of students from the local university and local colleges and sixth form colleges and things like that, so that they used to go into the charity shops, buy something that was really ordinary and make it into something really extraordinary by adding their own thing. And you look at some of the couture gowns and things like that, and it just changes, it just lifts things. And we're all about sort of reusing things and reusing things from your wardrobe. So you can make it very different. So once you start with something like this, you'll want
learn
to
the
do...
skills from the kit, and then who knows where you'll take it.
Yes.
So where are you at then, Cara?
So I'm
with
just
your-
doing a few more of those. So I'll just do one more, and then I want to show you a French knot, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, while you do finish those off,
Yeah.
I'm pleased to announce we have an update, everyone, on Buster. Derek's cat, Buster. Oh, that's a much, yes. Buster was fed his breakfast just before the photograph was taken. I should have named him Oliver. He's always wanting more. This photo is of Dean, who's very comfortable watching Cara and Stuart with his reverse light in the background.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, fab.
I was going to say that didn't look like Buster.
No, but looking very, actually
Look at the
very
eyes.
alert and watching
Yes.
very intently.
Yes. He's
Thank
thinking,
you so much, Derek.
Oh, Derek, that's lovely.
What a treat for us. Thank you. Love love pet pictures.
Yes.
My pets, my animals are so important to me. They're such a part of my family. It's lovely to see your families too. So, lazy daisy or detached chain stitches done.
Fancy, should we do a couple of French knots? I'll do them in
knots.
love French knots. Absolutely love French knots.
Now, French knots can get messy. Show
They
us how to make them
can,
look neat
they
and
can.
beautiful, please.
I'll see if I can. We just popped this together, so I'm hoping it's going to work. I need to make sure it's in the right position. But this is lovely, this frame. You would normally have this when you're sat down and under a leg, or you'd sit just on the edge of it. But I'm going to try and use it on here. The base is quite heavy, but with embroidery, it's really good to pass your needle backwards and forwards through your work.
Yep. Now that adjustable versatile seat frame from Quilted Bear is $19.99. Hoops not included, of course, but it is included in your kit. So this will fit, any hoop that you might have. Just slot it in there. Can you tighten it at the top? Is that what that knot's
Yes,
for?
you can do. I'm going to actually get started first with the thread. So you can tilt it this way.
Oh, cool.
That's to tighten it when the hoop's actually in there. So that's sort of like sandwiching it between the two pieces of wood. This at the side, you can tighten that to stop it from tilting, and then you can adjust this one, and this will go up and down.
Oh, cool. And then that base, you would have that sort of like between your legs, tucked under a leg?
Yeah, or just under a leg, or as I say, have it on a table like this.
Yeah.
So,
and I guess if it didn't feel stable enough, you could always make yourself like a heavy, almost like a bean bag type thing.
Yes,
full of
just to
dried
pop
beans
on.
or rice.
Yeah, just to pop on there. So you can see I'm actually moving it round like that. I'm going to, let's move that there.
Awesome, thank you.
I'm going to tighten that. Tighten that one. We think we might need a screwdriver for one of the things to stop it from moving. And we don't have a screwdriver here at the moment. So I'm hoping it's not going to move.
Everything else.
Right, is that a good place? I'm going to do the French knots in the centre of this flower here. I'm just going to get started. And again, I'm going to do just a little stitch to secure the loop on the back. And because
so
I've tightened
that before
it.
you do your first French knot.
Yeah, so because I've tightened it, I'm actually just going to go underneath.
Here under, yeah.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, Cara, I wonder if we can ask a question.
You certainly can.
Let's take a question. Good. We have a question. Hi, love this. Is it suitable for a beginner and teach you how to do the stitches?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would always say get a scrap of fabric. You must have fabric in your stash. Use some of the thread that's included in the kit and just practice your stitches. And there is such a comprehensive embroidery leaflet included in the kit. So this is all your hints and tips about getting started and everything like that. And then this one actually goes through the different stitches that are used. So you have only got a few stitches. We've already done the lazy daisy. We're going to do a French knot. We've already done the straight stitch. And I would just practice your stitching before you actually get started on the
bit of waist
finishing.
cotton or something like that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's great and yeah, completely suitable for beginners because as Cara said, you've got the generic embroidery tip guide in every kit, and then you've got a stitch guide which is very specific to the kit that you've bought. So rather than overwhelming you with 30 different embroidery stitches, 28 of which you don't need, it's got a really detailed explanation of the 2 that you're going to use, or the 3 or 4 that you're going to use in that project. And then, Cara, great tip there. Bit of waste fabric. You've got plenty of threads, haven't you?
You certainly have, and you know, I love trying different embroidery stitches as well. And if you keep your little scrap of fabric, that's like your sampler.
Yeah.
That's like your practice piece, and it's lovely to refer back to. I actually started doing a little booklet, and I did, when I was teaching, I did sort of the diagram, and then I did a piece of fabric with that particular stitch, so that people had a visual reference, which is really good. But the photographs and the diagrams in here are so, so good.
They are super. Now, French knots.
Okay, so I've come through my fabric. I take my needle, and the girls suggest doing 2 rounds your needle. So that's 1, 2. And then you bring your needle back.
So
and
you're holding that thread in your left hand?
But it's not tight.
No.
I can let go of it. Don't really have it too tight. You do want to pull it slightly tight so it's flat against the fabric. So you can see there's no sort of loops or anything loose or anything like that. But again, you don't want it too tight, because otherwise you won't be able to pass your needle back through the fabric. And then you'll still keep hold of it, and you'll pull your needle through like that, and you'll make a perfect French knot. I'll do it again.
Because that's what I've struggled with in the past. And I haven't done them for a while, I'll be honest. But I found that my threads look a little bit messy, and I think it's because I'm not holding the thread taut as I put the needle back down. So I've been letting it go completely.
What you can do is, it's very easy to think, oh yeah, I'll pull it through. Can you see that that's really loose? So the secret and the sort of way of doing it is pull the thread down so that it's sitting on the fabric.
Down the needle.
Travel down the needle, and your thread is wrapped around the needle close to the fabric.
Okay.
But don't worry too much. It really doesn't, you know, it doesn't make any difference
Let's do a
whatsoever.
couple more French knots on top, can't we? Build them up a little bit.
Yes, of course you can.
Hides a multitude of sins.
I love playing around with French knots, because you can have more strands than the 2. So you can add sort of like 3 strands, 4 strands, 5 strands, and that makes a bigger French knot.
Yeah.
You can still do it with just 1 strand of stranded cotton, and it makes a really, really fine one. So, you know, that's the beauty about the 6-stranded cotton. You know, it's 6 strands, and you can use one up to...
colours as well, can't you?
You can.
It's all sorts of exciting things.
Yes.
Oh, Cara, it's been wonderful to watch you stitching.
Oh, I love
thank
stitching.
you for bringing those beautiful kits to us from Oh So Beautiful.
Well, thank you, Oh So Beautiful, as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's been lovely to have your company this morning, Cara.
Thank
Do you know when you're back on?
Yes, 1st of February.
1st of Feb, that's
Yes.
fantastic. I will be here.
Oh, excellent.
I will be here. It'll be great to see you again.
Lovely.
And between now and then, happy stitching.
Thank you. Thank you very
Safe
much
journey
indeed.
home.
Thanks a
Thank you.
lot.
Wonderful. Well, we've got just gorgeous kits from Oh So Beautiful. There are 5 to choose from. We've got a very special deal running today till midnight. The offer is, if you buy 2 of the same or different kits from today's 11 a.m. show, you'll save 15%. That's £6.90. Now, what you need to do there when you're checking out, make sure you've got both embroidery kits in your basket and check them both out at the same time. That's it. Will automatically deduct £6.90 from your final bill. You've got 5 to choose from. Let me run through them. And then the most difficult thing is, which one are you going to go for? Which ones will you go for? Start off with Bees and Wildflowers. That's the one that Cara's been working on. Really popular, this one. Cornflowers, daisies, poppies, and those beautiful busy bees flying amongst them. Real sort of little glimpse of summer, isn't it? A summer meadow. £22.99. But of course, if you buy 2 kits, one of these, another one, you'll get them for under £20 a piece. Fabulous, fabulous value. So that's Bees and Wildflowers. Next up, we've got Be Kind to Yourself. Love this one. Mostly satin stitch. Lots of lovely colours in here to enjoy. Again, a printed fabric panel, batting to put behind or wadding, all your threads, even a couple of needles. You've also got the hoop that you're going to work in, and frame your work in at the end too. So, I mean, just everything you need in the kit for $22.99. That's be kind to yourself. Lovely little message there. Now, next up kit-wise, we've got the hydrangeas. Now, the hydrangeas is probably the simplest kit that we've got from Oh So Bootiful. Backstitch and French knots. So if you're a total beginner and you want something that's really straightforward and easy, this is a great one. Again, your whole hydrangeas, your leaves, even this gorgeous green mottled background, it's all pre-printed on your fabric. You're going to add backstitch detail to all the petals, little French knots in the centre. You get everything included in your kit. You just need to add a little pair of scissors. 2 more to choose from. This is the hard bit, isn't it? The cacti from Oh So Bootiful. Real mixture. We saw earlier on Suja's version of the cacti kit. Love that. Absolutely love it. I think this is brilliant if you want to get kids involved with stitching, because this is very much a sort of non-traditional image for embroidery. It's a bit of fun. It's quite on trend as well, the whole kind of cacti succulents thing. Lots of house plants about at the moment, so this would work. And again, nice easy straight stitches, French knots, a little bit of lazy daisy stitching in some of those flowers, but a nice easy way of learning how to embroider. $22.99. All the kits are the same price, and remember, if you buy 2, check out in the same transaction, you'll save £6.90, which is equivalent to 15% off those 2 kits combined. Now, last of all, we've got the cherry blossom, or blossom, very, very limited stock now, this one. Really lovely. This was the one I got out of the box, and you saw all the gorgeous stuff that you get inside, all those threads, stitch guide, and also embroidery tips, and then also, of course, your printed panel, which on this one has an almost sort of photographic element to it in the background. The sort of shaded, sort of out of focus, if you like, branches in the background and the falling petals. Really lovely that, very springy. Now, if you would like, if maybe you already have lots of threads, you've got a hoop, you've got needles, you just fancy having a go at some embroidery and you'd like the idea of the printed panel, we have actually got a couple of pre-printed panels. Now, I just need to point out these are not included in our offer today, so buying these won't give you that 15% discount. $12.99. And this is for the Be Kind to Yourself pre-printed fabric pattern and stitch guide. So what you'll get is you'll get the square of fabric that has the design printed on it, and then you'll also get the stitch guide, the printed stitch guide, which tells you which stitches and how to work them for this design. So obviously you'll need to use your own threads, your own needles, your own hoop and batting to create this. But maybe you've already got the hoop and the needles and the thread, and you just fancy having a go at stitching on a pre-printed panel. At $12.99 for that. That's the Be Kind to Yourself fabric pack. And then last of all, we've got one more, which is the hydrangea, the hydrangea panel. So again, you're getting that pre-printed panel plus stitch guide for $12.99. Add your own threads, needle, hoop, batting. Really lovely designs, these. Nice bit of quiet, sedate, mindful stitching. A bit of lovely relaxation. Love that. Now, we're a little bit late, but we will be going over to Yarn Lane in a moment. Before I go, I just want to run through the menu for tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, Vix will be presenting, and I'll be coming along as a guest along with Emma Bradford. At 8 AM, it's the new fabric collection. Now, actually, I'm there at 8 AM as well, so my name should be up there with Vix. New fabric collection at 8 AM. Absolutely beautiful. It's called the Bluebird of Paradise, and it is gorgeous. You might have seen on my Instagram a lovely blue and tan bag. That's made using that collection, so join us at 8. At 9 a.m, Quilt As You Go, London Labyrinth with Emma Bradford. Intrigued and excited to see that. At 10 a.m, I'll be back with 2 Henry Glass panel collections. Now, one of them is called Scarlet Stitches and White Linen. You might have seen that on my Instagram and Facebook, which is a gorgeous red and white collection. Got a table runner, some cushions and a bag to share with you. And then there's also a range called Man Cave, which is all very manly. I'll be wearing a check shirt. You won't want to miss that. It's as manly as I get. Then at 11 o'clock, Emma Bradford's back with Portrax Quilt. And then finally at 12, it's Sewing Room Tools. So a great morning's worth of sewing tomorrow too. I'll look forward to seeing you there tomorrow if you're leaving us now. But if you're coming with me, let's trip-trap down Yarn Lane for some Stylecraft you and me knitting.